Greetings, gamers. How's everyone doing? We are back in the Misfit Gamers Tavern, hanging out, and it is time. It is finally here. We are finally ready for the actual alpha build game test, like the actual sit-down, full-round testing of everything we've built on Marvel Rival or on One-Shot Rivals so far.
Yeah, it's going down.
I'm super excited about
right
this.
here, right now.
Right here, right now, I even made a post on TikTok. We're in the Marvel Rivals category. We have the right title finally. Shot Rivals VTT. Gameplay testing.
Yo, I saw a little thing popped up when I first went into chat saying you can get like skins from watching streams.
Oh yeah, drops. I should actually probably put that. I don't know if there's any drops right now for Marvel, but yeah, whatever.
What does that mean?
So Twitch has drops. Basically, drops are in-game items for multiple games. Every game has them, right?
Sure.
And they can be anything from cosmetics to like wall decorations to titles. Basically, how games just give you a bunch of like cosmetic stuff for either your character, your profile, whatever. So Twitch, in order, because they're a big, streaming platform, what they do is most of these games have what they call drops. If a streamer streams that game, anybody who watches them for that time period while they're playing that game will basically get a counter, like, towards like 100%.
Okay.
Usually they're like 1 hour, 2 hour watch time for every item. And then once you've watched that creator or any number of creators that you can just hop to, but once you've watched that game for a certain amount of time, you unlock a drop. It could be the skin, it could be a cosmetic, and then you just connect your Twitch account to your Steam account or whatever game it is. You connect the two accounts and you unlock it. So if you have a Marvel Rivals game and you're watching us and there are drops right now, like if you're watching, you know where your icon is at the top right on Twitch?
Yep.
So if you go there, click on that, there's one of the options is drops and rewards. If you click on drops and rewards, it'll take you to
10% progress towards Marvel Rival drops.
Now click on that. Now it will take you to a different tab. Now this will show you everything that you've been unlocking, including things you've already unlocked. So if you've been hanging out here on all the other Marvel Rival streams or on our One Shot Rival streams, you probably have a couple items, because I do too. Well, as a streamer, I get them all too, as long as I'm playing the game. Or as long as we're streaming the game. So as long as you're in that category.
I've been seeing this Blade skin around, and I'm like, where? It's got purple. It's a sick purple skin.
Yeah, I could put drops in the title, but I don't really want people to just come. I mean, maybe I should.
Come for the drops.
But who knows? Maybe I should, right?
I mean, hey, brings people in. Maybe they want to come and chill out for a little bit.
I'm going to update the title anyway, just because I know you can get drops from watching us.
So when it says something like 10% of 2 hours, 5% of 4 hours.
So that's how long you have to be watching, and that's how much you got out of that reward.
Got you.
So that's how long you watched. You did 95% of 2 hours, so you would need to watch another 15 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever in order to have gotten that drop for that game. But a lot of these drops can also be time sensitive. So,
but this drop is only going to be available until end date October 10th.
So if you don't watch someone play the game in this category, but by that time that drop will be gone for you. You'll just never get it.
Interesting.
So it's a way that creators can use this. Like you can put it in your title, and people will know to go watch you. It's also just a way to usually it's big for bigger creators because everyone's gonna watch them anyway. So it's an easy for a creator that already has 1,000 people to easily get like 1,500 to 2,000 because people will watch them for the drops. And if you're already popular, why would you scroll? You're just if you're hitting the top, you're just gonna hit the top person, and you're not really gonna watch.
Does the person streaming also get the drops?
Yeah. Obviously, because they're in the category.
Because I play every once in a while. Like I don't play a lot, but if I were to just pop on and start streaming just because I'm playing,
yep. And anybody watching you get drops, as long as you connect your account and
Twitch connected to my PlayStation, but I don't know if it's specifically connected to.
Well, that should tell you. It should ask you like on that page where you go to the drops and rewards. It should tell you, or it should ask you to connect.
Oh, it does say connect.
So once you do all of that, say click connect. Probably do your PS5 account, your Sony account. Once those two are connected, it'll just automatically pop up in your game next time you log in. Automatic. It'll just once you say connect, each one of those will have a claim button. Once you hit claim, it'll automatically update your other account, and when you log in, you'll have them all.
Interesting.
I do it for games that I barely even play, but I still log in for the drops, and the next time I log in, I have a different skin. Like I do it for Rust all the time.
Why?
I do Rust drops all the time. So yeah,
I'm gonna try this out.
Do it, and it's for and even on that the drops and rewards. You can even just go to Twitch drops, like Google Twitch drops, and it's usually the first thing, and it'll just give you a list of every game, and you can just click on the games and see what drops there are, and if you ever want them.
Okay.
So if you're ever interested in what kind of drops you can get, just Google Twitch drops, and it's usually the first link will just be a list of every game
that they have drops for right now.
If you go to the drops and rewards page from that drop down, it might actually have categories. as an option up at the top of the
Oh,
page.
very cool.
And then that will show you the games as well. And then you can just click through those and it'll show you, like if you click on a game, it'll show you what drops are available for it.
Wild.
So if you have a game that you play or want stuff for it, go check and see if it's there. And then, like you said, just go stream for yourself and you'll get it.
Actually, heck yeah. Okay, so Twitch, step 1, log into account. Step 2, connect your Twitch account. I already did that. Log in. Step 3, what? Why is it not connected? Do I have to hit log in here? Is that what it is?
Yeah, you'll usually have to log in like remotely to that account, and then in the back end it'll say, "Hey, these two are linked. Give him this."
Finding successful. Confirmed.
Boom. And then go back to the drops area. There should be a claim button under each one that you've gotten. Sometimes it'll have like a button where you have to click claim.
Well, I don't think I've actually earned anything yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm like really close. I'm 50% on one of them.
Okay, so once it happens, like it'll be kind of grayed out, and then it'll say a claim button will be over the image, and then you just hit that, and then you're
We got to stream for more than 4 hours today.
4 hours.
We got to stream
Maybe.
for more than 4 hours today, so I can get this skin.
You can go straight home for more than 4 hours.
That's fair.
That's what you can do.
That's fair. Wild. Well, you learned something new today.
Yeah. It's so hot in here.
Oof. Ooh, let me get some of those NBA 2K drops.
Yeah, because that's the game. By the way, I was on something today because I have a video that is popping the fuck off right now, and it's awesome.
Yeah? Heck yes.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's the only video outside of like the first two major like
it's gonna be
ones that we had.
It's gonna be another 4K.
We're already 500. And it's so funny. It's the only one where I've actually actively been able to watch it propagate through TikTok. Like I'll just sit there and I'll go, oh, I'm at like 3,900, and I'll just go swipe down to refresh. I'm like, oh, 3,901. Swipe down to refresh, 3,902. Swipe down to refresh, 3,905, 3,910, 3,911, 39. And I just sat there for just like randomly. I would just open it up and I would just swipe, and I would just see the number tick every few seconds, and I'm just like, I'm actively watching this propagate. Because usually you just usually you log in and you're like, oh, 200 people saw it, and then you log in the next day and you're like, okay, another 50 people saw it. Sure. Yeah. The fact that I was actually able to actively watch it, like right now we're at 5595. Let's refresh, and then we'll refresh. Okay, so it's probably getting down to.
It's settling a little bit, at least for now, because even last time, didn't it like settle and then blew up again?
Yeah. Oh, 5596. So
there you go.
About every 10 seconds, I'm getting a new view on it. It's absolutely crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's insane, dude. This one got to people. I don't even know why. Oh, I know why, but yeah, 116 likes, 46 comments.
Wild.
And
Wild.
Almost 5,600 views. Like, and it was in my opinion, this was a soft take. Like most of my hot takes
Sure.
aren't really that hot. It's just I say a hot take because it's like this is just my stance and I don't care.
Sure.
But man, I hit a nerve or something. It wasn't like a controversial nerve. But again, I don't know why everyone's like
running through
propagating it. But,
hey, let's get it. Let's make it work.
All I said was that my hot take is that unless you're in the middle of combat, you don't need to cancel the gaming session just because one person's not going to be there. Like that was the hot take. It's just you don't need to cancel the gaming session because of one person. Like unless it's in the middle of combat or whatever. Just like
sure.
It's you know.
Out of curiosity on that front, if you were to do that, if you were to continue a session even though someone's not going to be there, and say like would you pretend that person's not there, or would you gently play that character for them?
That's perfect. And then someone asked that. Someone said, as a new DM, how would you do this? So I did a whole different video on that exact topic. And for me, there's many different ways to do it. Now, one of the things that you as a player know, and pretty much any player I've ever had, there's kind of an ongoing agreement that if you join a party and you're not able to join the session, I will have to play your character to some degree, either fully with your approval, or at bare minimum, I'll at least make sure they fulfill the role. So if you're a healing class, I'm going to make sure you heal the party.
Sure.
But I won't necessarily talk.
Yeah.
That's typically what I would prefer to do, just because it makes it a lot easier and no one has to say I wasn't there and all of that, BS. I don't find that to be very difficult at all, but some people don't like that. So my alternatives are, depending upon how you're, again, depending on if you're in the middle of something or not, a lot of it comes down to what makes sense for the story, right? If you have like a fighter, a barbarian, a bard, I mean, basically this works for anybody, but I'm just going kind of stereotypical here. If you have any of those characters and the player's not going to show up, guess what? They're drunk and hungover this session. They're sleeping it off at the tavern.
Sure.
Maybe they're in the jail cell and it's nothing nefarious. They got drunk in public and they just have to sleep it off and they won't let him out of the drunk tank. And it's not a side quest to go release him. Or maybe it is. Maybe, like, that's it. You could just say, hey, we'll pick him up in the morning, but we're just going to go talk to the king today, or we're just here to pick up supplies. We're not actually, like, leaving yet. There are plenty of ways to have a character not be there.
Yeah.
You can easily say, hey, as you go want to talk to this person, such and such party member notices a few things, seems to be a little bit sketchy, and says, hey guys, you're gonna have to do this part without me. And then you can just fill that in of, hey, you were here, and you know how you have that part of your backstory, you saw the colors of that family you don't ever want to see, so you just said, I'm gonna stay away from that part of town.
Sure.
There's so many ways that you could easily make it make sense. For me, I don't mind having the character not there. I would prefer it not be that big of a deal, like to try to write this whole reason why you were there 2 seconds ago and now you're not. If it makes sense to do that. Like, again, you're all waking up from the tavern, he has a hangover. Done. Easy. Walk away from it. He's sick. Who hasn't woken up and been like, I have a headache. Come back to me this afternoon. I have food poisoning. Those are the easy ways to do it. There's a lot of people that want to do something extravagant, like, oh, they got called away, or if they're a warlock, just say that their patron, like,
Sure.
Why can't they just be sick? Why can't they have food poisoning? Why can't they just say, hey, guys, I need a day away from you?
You said something earlier about, for you, it's a little bit easier to play those roles a little bit for your characters. And I'll say, I feel like that is very true for you, but I also feel like that the reason for that is because of how you, I don't want to necessarily say vet your players, but like the in-depth way in which you approach your players. And so like you understand the mindset in which your player is approaching, because it's important for you to understand that so that you can integrate them into the world and understand how things work and function and all of the above. So I feel like that is a very valuable aspect.
And I know not every DM can do that, which is why I gave other
fair,
options.
exactly.
Because my biggest thing was just like, not the entire party should suffer, and the game shouldn't be brought to a halt because of one player. It's in general, someone not being there doesn't drastically ruin things. And it's actually kind of funny. I got people on different sides. Some people were like, yeah, that totally makes sense. And then there are other people like, actually, I'd much rather have combat with nobody, with people not there, because it's easy to, like, there are some people that are like, oh yeah, it's totally easy to get through combat without somebody, but I would never dream about doing RP without them. And there are other people who are like, well, yeah, of course it's going to be difficult to take on, a new enemy without your mate or fighter there. So yeah, I would totally love to go talk to the king without my people, right? So it's like there are some people on the board that were like, no, RP is ruined without everybody. And there are other people who are like, no, combat can't happen without anybody.
I will say that there are some party dynamics where literally only one person is the face. Like nobody else in the group talks. And if that person's not there...
Like I said, the fringe case is aside, like there's always going to be a fringe case. But as a general rule of thumb, the idea that, we just... Like my mentality was just, look, if your knee-jerk reaction, your gut reaction... just someone saying, hey, I can't show up as the entire session's ruined. That was what I was arguing against.
Sure.
That needs to stop. One person's not going to be there. All right, immediately cancel everything. No one can, like, why? And again, I get it. Sometimes the way that gaming sessions are done, there's a lot that needs to be done by everybody. But, and again, maybe because the way I play is very open-ended, but I just don't think that if you are not directly in the middle of something, someone not being there, like I love the party dynamics. I love when parties are that cohesive, but it also at the same time when saying like we can't play without this one person, or like there are game groups where we're like, well, if this one person doesn't show up, we can't really play. Like you said, they're the face of the party. But I also feel like it's just as bad to say we can't play if not everyone's here. Like, so that means that the party can't function. Like you have 5 people and you're telling me that 4 of them cannot function because one's not there, not because they're the face of it, but just because without them it all breaks. Like,
with that
to
mindset,
me that's just as bad.
Would you give it a percentage or a number?
What do you mean?
Meaning, if 2 people are not there, then cancel.
So
if 3 people are not there, then or if it's like, we have 10 people in our party, if it's 50%, then
you really need to spend more time on TikTok, at least on our channel, because this is literally every comment about that is some people were like, oh yeah, I can do as little as 2 people from my party of 6. Like they'll run as little as 2.
Sure.
Other people were like, if 2/3 are done, no, I'm out. If 2/3 are gone, I can't. Some people were like, if I lose more than 2 people, I'm done. Doesn't matter how many bigger in my party, 2 or more, I'm done. Then there was one guy that was like, I could not imagine running it without everyone there. And literally, I think there was I couldn't imagine running the game without everyone there. RP would be ruined. And I'm just like, I don't know. What do you mean RP? This is what I mean by like, if you're so focused that every last person has to be involved for RP to be good, to me, that is just as bad as saying, if this one person isn't here, the party can't function. Because those are the same thing. Is if that one person leads the entire party and they're the brains and they're the talker, and it doesn't matter how many other people, but if you literally think that out of 6 people, if one doesn't show up, the entire party breaks down, doesn't matter who it is, that's also like, why is your RP so focused on needing every last involvement?
The only devil's advocate argument that I'll have for this is that there are some, like you say, everyone plays their game differently. And as long as the people at your table are having a good time playing it, like that's all that matters, right?
100%.
And so I know that there are some parties out there that are literally just friend groups that got together and decided to play, and like they don't have nearly as much fun if the entire dynamic doesn't occur there. And so that's fair. You know, if
that's a fair take. If that's where you're at, I can't argue against the what I would call that a fringe case, right? Because yes, I'm sure that's common, but I also wouldn't say that that's a good general rule for everyone to take it.
Agreed.
Because this one group over here, that's their vibe. My rule was very generalized. We should not have a general rule that one person cancels the whole gaming session. But again, maybe it's different for me because like, one of the examples I gave was like, just have to do a shopping session. Just have everyone have a casual day in town. That's the easiest one to do. If you're not in the middle of combat, well, what do we do if someone's not there? What are you guys doing in town today? Everyone gets to just have a day in town. You know what I mean?
As long as you're not like under some crazy time crunch for some reason.
And even if you are, like what time crunch doesn't give you an afternoon, a day, a couple hours? You know what I mean? Like one of my suggestions was, 2 of my favorite ones, shared dream sequences are always great because the character doesn't have to be gone. Everyone can be asleep, and that character, the player who's not there, isn't part of this dream sequence. For some reason, all of you are. And now all of you have an in-game secret that happened to all of you, an in-game inside joke or inside experience that you discovered, and now you have to and now again, if you want to be clever about it, you could say, well, why didn't the player who didn't show up, why didn't they get involved in it? And then you can have this whole thing. That's like something I would do. I also did one of my favorites, and you've seen this, is if someone's not going to be there and you're in the middle of something, again, this is one of my saying, you don't have to ruin the gaming session. You don't have to say nobody can come over, because if someone's not going to show up, even if you're in the middle of a fight, even if you're at the doorstep of the BBEG and someone cancels on you, have everyone come over anyway and do a look back session, a past campaign,
flashback.
There we go. Thank you. I was trying to figure out what that word. Yeah. Just do a flashback session where it would have made sense that that character wasn't there that day. Again, do a flashback session where that character's drunk in jail, or you had to release them from jail, and then guess what? That can now be a thing that when that player comes back, you can all add in like, this is what happened that one time that you weren't there. There's so many options that, yes, there are always going to be fringe cases that it won't make sense it will make sense to cancel the gaming session.
Sure.
But as a general rule, like, you know what I mean? Like, as a general rule, you should be playing as much as you can. With or without the entire amount of players. Like, I don't know. That was apparently a very hot take, because it's
so spicy.
So spicy, have fun with your game. No matter how many players are there. That's such a spicy take. Did we hit the 6,000 yet? Let's see. No, 5621. There we go. Just still cracking. Here we go. So my rule is half. I need over 50% participation. We're asking, is it a number? Is it every one of these comments literally was With the answers,
No, but
like,
to be honest, I appreciate all their comments, but to be honest, I'm more concerned with somebody that I deal with more often than these people's answers to the questions. But
yeah,
no, I am very curious is the wrong word, but like appreciative of the different perspectives that people bring to the table and like the different reasons why and whatnot like that, because you know
why we're here.
Exactly. And again, whether our hot takes encourage you to keep doing what you're doing or to gain a different perspective, the more power to you. You know what I'm saying?
The only thing that I don't accept, and I've been talking to Pixie about this recently, the only thing that I have noticed is I don't try to pick fights. Like I don't try to do that drama stuff. But I have noticed that I've a short fuse. Not less tolerant. I'm trying to think of the right word.
I know what you're talking about.
Words are escaping me today. But basically, I don't have patience for certain types of commenters anymore. So I do get a bit snarky, but still in our brand way. Like for instance, I did a series where I was talking about storytelling versus narrating, and I think I nailed it. I think I did a great explanation. A lot of people liked that video. And it was basically, to sum it up, it was just saying that storytelling is expressing the series of events that happened. Narrating is explaining why and how they happened to make it all make sense, right? Like, you can tell a story, and my example was like, this is storytelling. I woke up early, I went to the park, I had a run, I came home, I had breakfast. That's a full story. Doesn't matter how, that's it. You know exactly how my morning went, start to end. But my example was, this is narration. I woke up early because I didn't shut the blinds the night before. The sun came through. It was bright but not harsh, so I wanted to make the most of my morning. So I went to the park. No one was there, and I wanted to go all the way around, but I didn't want to take my whole morning, so I decided to run. After my run, I was hungry, so I came home, made a great meal, and got ready for my day. To me, the difference between a story and a narration is those details. It's bringing it to life and making it make sense. Because you knew what happened in the first one, but you didn't know why. You could have assumed that I woke up early every morning, but telling you that it was because I didn't shut my blinds and I wasn't supposed to wake up, so therefore I went to the park because, hey, I'm up early, why not? That changes the story. Now, granted, it doesn't change the facts, which is what a story is supposed to do. It goes from one fact to the next. But to me, indie, and this is again, what's specific to TTRPGs, narration is that little bit in between.
It's interesting because it feels like, and again, this is not necessarily gender specific, but a lot of the times I've noticed like these clips about girls asking their boyfriends about like what they did spending with their dudes and they'll just give these like simple storytelling answers.
They keep asking questions and the guy's like, I didn't ask
but when girls do it, like their whole gossip sessions is like all the details and like, oh, Francisco was over here and then she talked to him and then oh, it's because he did this and he was talking to his girlfriend. Just like all of the extras, they have all the additional details, all of the...
And it's what they think is important. Some people say that if you don't know those, it's not important to you. But other people are like, I don't need to know that to express how important it is.
Exactly.
And I get that. But yeah, so it was very interesting. But I had someone kind of give me one of those snarky takes where they were just kind of like, yeah, both of those are storytelling. Narration is only what you see.
I mean, only what you see.
Like, what I interpreted that is their interpretation of narration is only... from the first person, actively discussing live what's happening. Like, that's
there's a wall here. There's a stalactite above you. There's
or a narrator, like the person in character being like, he went out the door, and the narrator comes in. As I walked out the door, I saw the car drive by. Like that's what I interpret. So my snarky comment was, so you're saying that narration is, or is like. I can forget what it said, but basically I kind of pointed out, I'm like, so, saying that I woke up early because of the light, that the park was empty, describing the environment and the feelings and the reason, yeah, that totally wasn't narration. Because basically what they said was narration is what you see. And I'm like, the fact that the light and the shades weren't drawn, the fact that there was no one in the park, is not what I felt. Like, basically just kind of pointing out, I'm like, you do realize that you're telling me that narration is exactly what I said it was, is describing the shit. So my only understanding is they must have meant narration's only when it's in the first person, actively describing what that person sees. But I'm like, that's exactly what I kind of like in the grand scheme of things, what I said. So those are the kind of things where I'm just starting to realize, like, I will engage with everybody that's positive, and I will not engage with anybody that's overtly negative. But these people that are kind of in between, that are either just posting just because they just want to disagree and they just want to, like, you know, usurp the idea, or these people that just don't think through what I said, because there's a lot of people that also comment, and I'm just like, did you listen to the words that I said?
No.
Those are the people that I will kind of strike back at, but in a fun, in our brand kind of way, not in a mean way. I mean, I don't think it's mean. They might, and oh well. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I try to do it,
how they want to take things.
I just try to make it fun of the situation of just like, you do realize that what you said doesn't make any sense, right? Oh, here's a great one. This, and again, I usually don't go very deep into comments. Like, I only do like maybe 1 or 2 replies. But I had one person that just, again, I love when people try to argue by just repeating themselves. And I made a take where I was like, you know, druids should be the ultimate elemental, like, wizards, or like casters. Like, it doesn't make any sense that there
are I remember us talking about that.
Druid casters, druid elementalists, because that just makes the most sense that, you know, druids would like have harnessed the raw forces of nature before wizard, right? So it's just kind of odd that you don't have like a fire druid, you know, especially when fire is, you know, a very big part of like a forest cycle. So I had someone in the comments try to argue with me. Their argument of why I was wrong. Again, I don't mind if you disagree. Some people disagree, and I was like, hey, I like your take. That's cool. I don't need you to agree with me, but this is what bugged me about it. They were like, their argument was simply, fire is more important to humans than it is to nature. Therefore, it only makes sense that wizards would have like harnessed it, and it doesn't make any sense that druids would, because it's more important to people.
Please tell that to the Wizards of the Coast Wildfire Druid.
Well, I really just want, I pointed out, I'm like, you know, and so many people commented too, I'm just like, this is a natural state of the forest. Like, this is actually a required aspect for the longevity and life cycle, and it is a force of raw nature. Importance doesn't negate its what did I say? It's like, its importance in one case doesn't negate its relevance in another. And I'm like, it's still a force of nature, and it is important, you know, and it is an aspect of nature that is part of its lifestyle. And then they came back and said, but it's more important to people. It's like,
first of all,
what does importance have to do with the fact that it's a force of nature?
And you're not explaining how it's more important. Like, I would argue that that's just a false statement that it's more important to people. Well, exactly. Like, we found a way to use it and harness it doesn't mean that nature doesn't use it in its own ways, in a very essential and irrefutable way. Like,
I'm telling you, it was the hardest conversation to have, because I'm just like, what are you on?
Again, these are people that are not here to have a conversation. They're here to let you know why you're wrong and just be right in your face. And, you know, there's really no conversing with that. So, sadness Everdeen.
Where is I kind of want to see where that conversation. Oh yeah, more elemental druids. So this was, so again, I gave the option that there needs to be more elemental druids, blah blah blah, and I used fire druid as my example. Their comment was, fire druid makes very little sense for a druid, actually.
Again, tell that to Wizards of the Coast.
I'm just really confused on how you're going to start that strong. Fire makes the least sense. Like fire makes very little sense for a druid, actually. And again, it's the actually that's what got to me, right? Like, I wouldn't mind if you had ended that in IMO.
Right.
If you've been like, yeah, you know, fire makes the least sense in my opinion, I'd have been like, hey, cool. But you were like, no. Actually, fire makes the least sense. In
reality, because you clearly don't live in reality, only I do.
And so fire as a tool is the epitome of human abilities. Fire is what separates human from animals. Fire is single-handedly the most important tool in our entire history, and the only reason we've come so far. The Greeks have a story about Prometheus granting man fire and suffering the horrid fate because of how vital it was to us, that it's hard to comprehend why we managed to harness it on our own. It's hard to comprehend that we managed to get it on our own. And I'm like, okay. So again, you're just saying that it's very important to humans and we have a story about it being given to us. That doesn't tell me why it makes the least sense for a druid. In fact, without the Greek story, I could just easily say that the druid brought it to us. So I was just like, I'm going to disagree. We harnessed fire from nature. Fire is integral to many forests' natural cycles. That's all I said in return was I'm just going to disagree.
Sure.
This is a product of nature. And it's extremely important to the entire cycle of, the ecosystem that we came from. If you want to talk about, why you're absolutely right, it's important. We wouldn't be here if there wasn't fire. And then someone else even mentioned that how fire was important to forestry and everything. And then again, this is their argument of why a druid makes the least sense to have fire magic. Listing off all the things that are important to nature, I think you'll find fire at the bottom of that list. Yes, it's important to nature, but it's vastly more important and impactful to humans than it is to trees.
Not my list. Whose list?
But who cares of importance? We're talking about a fact of nature and a druid who has natural magic. And their argument is, well, because it's not important to nature, druids wouldn't have access to it. How? How does nature care about our importance long after the fact that it created something? Like, literally, fire existed long before we harnessed it. Why does nature suddenly... Why would nature just be like, hey, druids, I know you're all about me and you love every part about me, but yeah, this thing I made, hey, it's super important to them. I'm sorry. I can't let you have that magic. It's too important to the very people that you come from. So you can't have it because they've already harnessed it. What?
Let me ask you this.
Does that mean that we can have wood magic?
Was it still more important to humans before there were humans?
That's my point.
Was it still, when there were no humans, was it still more important to humans then?
But that's their argument, is because humans came around and it became so important to humans, it's no longer important enough to nature for druids to have that level of magic. Because it's like, this is what I'm talking about. People are just arguing an idea in their head just simply because they're like, I don't like the idea of a druid controlling fire, so I'm not going to listen to anything. It's just, no, it's too important to have man control fire, not druids. And I'm just like, where is your argument? And it's all because of importance.
Make the druid a man. Hey, it's important to him. He's a man.
So my final response, because I don't get very deep into these things, was being more important to one situation doesn't remove its significance to another. I find your argument insufficient. Like, your entire argument is it's more important, so therefore a druid shouldn't have it. And I'm just like, yes, it's very important to humans for a lot of reasons. But that doesn't remove its significance of being a primal force of nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, still kind of a big deal. Fun fact, do you know that fire is only found on Earth? We have not discovered proof that fire exists on any other planet.
Are the elements required for fire are on every other planet?
Not in the abundance that it would be need to actually sustain a flame. Technically, Earth is the only...
Does the sun count?
No, because that's a plasma. There is no fire on the sun.
I will say the visuals that I got from Star Trek Voyager as they're like flying through it in their little opening scene, yeah, that definitely does not look like fire, and it looks really freaking dope.
But yeah, fun fact. So again, that's one of those things
that is.
But see, again, because of someone who likes to put physics into their game, that's a cool fact to know, is that fire is that rare. Like, conditions are required for fire.
Oh heck yeah!
Which again, if we're talking about druids being connected to the planet, if a single planet's the only thing that can have fire, more reason for a druid to have it. Just saying. Okay, and then, so this is their final response. I guess I respond more. So they said, my argument was that fire magic makes more sense for druids than sorcerers because it's nature. Their argument is fire is more important to humans than it is to nature. Yeah, that's my point, is I'm saying that it is a force of nature, therefore the magic user of nature should have it more than a sorcerer and any other magic user, and they're saying, no, I disagree because it's more important to people. But there's no logic in that. Just because it's important doesn't change the fact that it's natural.
First of all, I would say if they specifically used sorcerers, I'd be like, you're full of crap, because magic doesn't care what's important to man. If you're talking about a wizard, a wizard might intentionally research how to use fire magic more than somebody else. Great, good for you, but it's not going to stop anybody. Just because you're more skilled at something doesn't mean I can't learn how to do it.
Exactly. And so they go on to say that we have the same basis for the argument. That's why we don't have more fire giants. And I'm like, you're arguing importance over nature. We do not have the same argument. I'm like, you can't just say it's more important to humans. That doesn't make sense. And then I never got a reply after that. It's like, you're literally just saying it's more important to humans. It's more important to living beings. Therefore, that's all that matters. And I'm just like,
that's because people think if they shout louder, you'll hear them that time.
Yeah. And I'm just like, I don't understand how you can have that kind of an thought basis for an argument where it's like,
you said thought basis. That's where you made a mistake. That's where you made a mistake.
They need a thought to. Yeah. Thinking's hard.
Yeah. It is.
Thoughts are hard.
It is. But it's worth it. It's well worth it.
Yeah. I also love when someone gets so up in arms, with me, on a topic, and they'll be so staunch in the comment. They won't realize that there's several hundred people liking, sharing, and commenting on my video that are in complete disagreement with them. But this is the other thing too, is I love that they attack the creator and no one else in the comments. They don't want to get ganged up on, so they feel like they can just slip it towards the creator and everybody else will ignore them. I love it. I love how this app works sometimes, and it's great. But I feel like I'm learning how to use it, so.
Cool, just like everything else.
Oh, yes, it is. All right, well, I'm gonna get another cold drink. I'm gonna go turn the AC on because it's fucking those balls in here, and then we will get started on this. So entertain the folks while I am busy.
Alrighty. Well, we're here for OSR, friends, not any of this other craziness. I'm excited for it. I hope you guys are too. I can't wait till we actually can see what a full gameplay scenario looks like for this, because if this I'm sure Vortex has his own vision of what this is going to end up looking like, but if the vision that I end up having is something that ends up getting to manifest, it is going to be so cool. And just being able to whip this out whenever we feel like it and throw down, it's going to be the closest thing to feeling like you actually get to play and getting to mix these two mediums is such a phenomenal thing. So I'm super here for it. I'm super duper here for it.
As am I. All right, so let me get everything set up here. All right, so I've reset the map. I have reset the map. So there we are. We'll kind of be scrolling around a bit here and there. But there is our full map for everybody to see. We have our starting location. We have our cart. We have our checkpoints. We have our mid section. We have our defending team. We have our attacking team secondary spawn, which will be triggered by the well. And we have the ending spot. So this is the test map. Of course, this will be updated, probably with a much better system later down the road, but for right now, it's what we have for visuals.
Couple questions. That top box, at what point will people spawn there?
Once the cart
passes the well?
Yeah, so basically when it's...
And that's the attacking team?
Yeah, so once it reaches here, basically, once it touches the well,
okay,
this will kick off. But as you notice, the well is before the checkpoint. So if the defending team stops it here and pushes it back, you're still spawning up here. So there's this little bit of a potential zone to fight back and forth while the attacking team switches modes.
Also, is there possibly a place that I could go to access and look at the map that you're playing with?
I've just gave you the link, so I don't know if that link's not. If the link's not working, then I don't know.
You sent it to my Discord?
Yeah.
Oh.
It should be from Dungeon Fog. I give you the invite to the campaign.
I do remember that. Okay, so I should be able to see that whenever, and it'll be whatever
you should be able to log in and see it live with me. So even if I'm not on a section of the map, you still should be able to see me mess with it. Because that's what this TTT was, or this VTT was supposed to be for. The Dungeon Fog is for everyone else to like log in, and then I can control the map while you guys watch it. Which would be great, because if I could at least see where you want to go, it would be a little bit touch and go to figure out where you want to move. But yeah, so this is our map. I think it'd probably just be easiest for maneuverability. I'll take attackers if you want to take defenders. That way you can worry less. Like, I think that'll be easier for the attackers to say where you want to be.
Attackers are the people pushing the cart. Defenders are the people trying to stop you.
Yeah, so you'll be blue, I'll be red. Because that way, for me controlling the cart, since I have to control the cart, it'll probably be easier for me to worry about my characters on the cart.
So, can I...
So I figure what we're going to do is we'll select 3 characters each. We will assign the color to each character. Just that way I will know when you can either say your color or say, hopefully just say the color, say the character, but we'll know which token is for a character. And once we get all of that, we will just try to go as best we can through as much of the phases and see if we can complete a full round.
Real quick. So I'm looking at cart push.
Yeah.
If I click on it, it just shows me an image, and it's the one that we were messing with last time. Do I need to click customize this map and then I can go in?
I have no idea. I don't know how this works. It said I could share the map with you, so I don't know. It just said send this to share the map, and as far as I know, you should have been able to log in and see what I see. I don't know why you're only able to see an image of it. See if I go here to campaign. I don't think that does anything. Yeah, it just froze.
Rude.
Why are you freezing like that?
Cold.
Ooh, excuse me. Game?
I hope it's not because I'm trying to mess with it.
I don't know.
Disrespectful.
Hello? We're still live, right?
Yes. Yes. Although it looks like I'm looking at your command prompt.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this website. All right, hang on, everybody. Figure out what's going on.
It's like I need to verify my account, which might be the problem.
Think this is working? Well. Oh, all right. Hey, it came back. Okay.
Yeah? Huzzah!
That was going to be a nightmare if we weren't able to do our test today.
Verification email was sent successfully. Fabulous.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, let me choose my attackers. Who should I choose to attack with? Oh my god, there's
So many choices.
Why? Mm-hmm. It's difficult because it's like I don't know if I should test characters I want to actually like choose characters I want to test, or if I should just pick what I would actually pick in the game.
It says the verification was successful. Yes. No.
I think I'm gonna do one of each. I think I'm gonna do an attack, a tank, and a healer.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing too.
So I think okay. All right, so Loki. I'm doing Loki as one of mine. Loki will be yellow. Okay, so Loki's gonna be my healer. You know what? I'm gonna do the thing because I like the thing. Or no, not thing. I want to do Groot. I like Groot.
For us, would there be anything stopping two characters? Now, I don't. For you and me, I'm not going to do it. But just for when we end up doing this with audience members and stuff like that, would you allow two people on opposite teams to be the same person?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Like personally, I don't know why that would be a problem. You can do it in game.
Yeah.
The only thing is when we get into beta, if there's an issue with programming, like two Groots and walls going up, how do you know whose is whose?
Sure.
Should it matter? You know, if there's an on-screen countdown per round, does it really matter who's?
Actually, that would be interesting because they theoretically have health. Would your allies be able to destroy your wall?
No. So there would have to be a color combination, which is fine. I mean, you can just color code.
For sure.
But yeah, I think that would be.
Well, it looks like I might be able to only. Am I just tripping? Hold on.
Did you just get in?
I think so. It was having me do this verification thing, and it never sent anything to my email. But all of a sudden, I'm logged in. So I don't want to clone it. It just
Moon Knight or Human Torch? Did we say there was I don't think we figured out.
gave certain people pluses for being flyers.
No. I was wondering how high. I don't think we made a cap limit of how high in the air you can go.
I think right now we just said 60 feet because there's really no need to go much further than 60 feet.
Yeah, because even if you went outside of 60 feet, then you wouldn't be able to hit anybody, and then you're basically useless to the game.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, height doesn't really matter for a flyer. Outside of, you can't melee. Like, if they
Basically.
you know, I'm not close enough to melee.
And there will be certain people where, like, if there's an Emma on the ground and you're up 60 feet but also away from them, they probably won't be able to hit you.
True. Yeah.
Like, that's I think will be the extent of it.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how to get in here, so I'm probably just going to watch you through stream.
Okay.
Because everything I see is when we were deciding the ranges and doing those little curves.
You still see that?
That's all I see. That's all I see. It's just a picture of that, and I don't even have a grid on here. The only thing I can do is clone and open, but I don't want to clone it. Like, I want to...
Wait. Save changes. Like, it's trying to save, but it hasn't yet. I don't know, man.
It's cool. I'll be a sweet audience member, and I'll watch it on stream, and I should be able to do a decent enough job of letting you know where I want to be. So you said I am blue, so I have teal, purple, and actual blue.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I'm trying to figure out who I will want, because I do like Moon Knight. Human Torch I haven't actually played much with in this or in normal.
Yeah, not very good at it.
You know what? Just, I do want to give it a try. I'm gonna go with Human Torch. I've also been thinking if this does get to the point to where we have to start worrying about like copyright shit.
Sure.
I have been starting to wonder what
alt names.
Like like Flame Man. Just completely like not cool names, but just everything that's just like, like for group, just like the Walking Tree, or like just like Tree Man. just dumb
like
names, just the Human Spider.
Gun Squirrel.
Yep. Talking Raccoon.
Wild.
All right, so I've got mine. I'm gonna roll with Loki, Groot, and Human Torch. So what I'm gonna do on my side, which I think will help me out a lot, is write down their AC and hit points to the side here, and in that way, I can hopefully keep track better. So, AC, HP. Ooh, and then what I will do, and we'll see how many rounds it takes to. Okay, so this is going to be equals 250 minus the sum of all of that. Okay. And then low key, my base is 12, and I have no difference to my AC, so use a normal AC. All right, Groot, 700, and AC. He's considered size large, right? So his AC is actually -1.
Groot, yes.
That's right, yeah.
Did we add all of those size things to the actual?
Yes, they're on the top of the character, of all the characters, at the very top, where the crit damage and the ult charges are.
But I mean, like, to each character, did we like add identifiers specifically saying Groot is large? Or
yes, yeah, it should be under their class.
Yeah, Vanguard large. Okay, cool.
And then like speed, I think they all would say like fly. I think Human Torch 6 flight. So yeah, there's identifiers on them. All right, so that's the case. Then Human Torch is a +1 because he's a flyer. Nice. So I have an 11, 12, and a 13 AC on my characters. Because one's flat, one has a -1, and one has a +1. That's fucking great.
Nice.
All right, and his health is 250, so I'm just going to make those easy. All right, cool. I think we'll actually make this roll pretty fairly. So, for those at home still watching, aka Soul Collective Guild and nobody else, how this is going to work is once we've selected our 3 characters, we are going to begin the round. What we will do is we will take the time to select what our characters are going to do and think through it. So it's going to be mostly an honor system because we don't have the interface, but Kage and I will decide what each of our characters are going to do for that round before we talk it out, because that way it's going to represent what the players are going to be going through, because they're only going to have the knowledge of what happened last round. That's all they're going to have, and then they're going to have the list of their next actions. So Kage's going to decide his 3 characters' actions. I'm going to decide my 3 characters' actions. We'll write them down in front of us just so that way there's no like changing it up. And oh, Hoylepa's here. Hey, I only have 1 viewer, so thank you, Hoylepa, for being here. I appreciate you so much. You must be the only viewer then. So left. That's how that works.
Rude.
Yeah, I wish I could actually see who's in chat, but I can't through OBS. OBS will not show me who's actively in chat unless they're talking. So when it says one viewer, I actually kind of assume that was just you. If it's so bad, no, don't go. We need someone in chat. We need someone to act like we, have a fan base. Pity us. But yeah, so once we've decided all of our actions for each round, and we both basically say that we're ready, I will roll 66. This will basically act as our initiative rolls. And again, initiative in the beta testing will work based on who selects their actions the quickest. So the first person to get their actions in and submitted has first initiative. So since we can't really simulate that, and we don't really want to sit here and try to decide which one of our characters had the faster actions, I'm just going to roll 66. I will list the first 3 off to Kage, and he will assign those in the order of his characters. And I will get the next 3, and they will be assigned in this order: Loki, Groot, and Human Torch. So for me, when I get my 3, those will be the initiative. So if it's 6, 1, 2, then Loki's going last, Groot's going first, and my Human Torch is going to go second in my line of initiative. Then after that happens, we will go one initiative at a time. We will explain what happens. We'll go through all of the actions, and then we will see how the game plays out as a round-based, turn-based thing, because again, you're not able to react on what is actively happening, only on what just happened.
I want to do that so bad, but I'm not going to do it.
Do it.
I'm not going to do it.
Why? That's the whole point of this, is to test this out.
Well, that's why I'm not going to do it, because I would do that not for testing purposes, but just for my own personal purposes. I want to mess with more mechanics.
That's
so you're Loki,
Groot, and Human Torch.
Groot, and Human Torch.
So I got one of each. I got a flyer.
I'm debating whether I want to do Star-Lord or Hawkeye.
Ooh.
For my DPS.
Yeah.
I have Doctor Strange, and I have Jeff as my tank and healer. So
let me
I
pull
can't
your
find
character's
Hawkeye.
up.
Where did
He
Are they alphabetical?
He's right under Iron Man. He's like the 5th one in.
I did pass him.
Okay, so wait, who do you have in what order? I just so I can have them on my screen too. So just give me whatever order you're gonna put it in.
Yeah, as soon as I find this guy, I will. Where are you? All right, it's gonna be what's his name last, but it'll be Jeff, then Doctor Strange, then my DPS.
Okay,
but let me find it. There he is.
Jeff.
Yeah, we're gonna do Hawkeye. We'll do Hawkeye.
You're doing Jeff, and I just want this. So if I need to like reference it at all. All right, so you're gonna be Jeff, and then Strange. It's the weird doctor.
Yeah, yeah.
Jeff, Strange, and just for whatever reason, if I need to reference something or read off, we'll have the same stuff. All right, cool. And then what color code are you gonna have, just so I can also pay attention? Who's gonna do what color?
Oh,
of your tokens, just that way we'll both be.
That's a good question. Let me look. That's the wrong thing to look at. I'm gonna make Hawkeye purple. Okay. I'm gonna make Jeff whatever the bottom lighter color is.
Yeah,
teal. And then I'll have Doctor Strange be blue.
That's exactly what I need. Just this way I will have it worked on my end. Cool. Okay, and then I can just easily pay better attention to your tokens. Cool. I have my AC, my life. I'm assuming that you have yours ready to calculate down for damage taken and all of that. I just have mine in a or an Excel column.
Yep.
And I can just tag that out. Okay, cool. So I think that's ready to go. So we are going to start out, as you can see, on starting the first section of the maps. I will get that up here. Let's see. There. We'll start with there. Maybe. About 20. No. I can't go to 25. I can only go to 20. Oh, it's because it's... Hang on. I think it's OBS. Let's cut it off. That's why, yeah. It's OBS. I can't get both of us on the screen properly.
I will say, specifically for this, I don't know how much you care. Like, I don't know how much it'll matter if we're seeing.
Yeah, I don't think it'll matter too much, at least for right now. Okay, so anyway, point being, here's the starting position for red. We're all going to be just cornered at the door because, you know, movement matters. It is kind of a weird situation. I was wondering how we can make the spawn points better, but again, this is just rough testing, so we may just make the spawn points positioned differently. This spawn point, hell, maybe this spawn point goes against the wall over here, you know, all the way to the other side.
Oh.
So that would be interesting. But anyway, I digress.
Okay. I keep looking over there like it's over there. I need to change my screen.
Okay, so point being that we have to decide who is going to go first. So I guess at this point, just kind of figure out. It's only going to be movement. We're not really going to attack this round.
For sure.
So I will just do the 3 rolls. We'll see. Again, this one doesn't really matter, but we just want to test out how this is going to work. So I roll. Your 3 initiatives are 3, 4, 1. Mine,
They all have a speed of 6.
and mine are 6, 2, 5. So I'd be able to update that. Oh, there we go. And so it's Jeff, Strange. So Hawkeye will go first, and then I have a 6, a 2, and a 5. All right. So in this particular order, Hawkeye would go first, then Groot on my team, then Jeff, then Strange, then Torch, then Loki. Wow, that's weird. We got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are the odds of rolling 66 and getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
That's hilarious.
That's insane.
That's amazing.
Okay, so in this particular case, I guess we're just moving. So kind of giving you the idea of where you can move. Where would you just want these as further out to the road as you can?
So Hawkeye is going to. I'm assuming we can dash, use our action to do an extra movement. Is that a thing that we said we could do, or is this just standard
I
movement?
don't think you know, because it's not. That's a D&D thing with not every character has the ability to speed up their movement. Remember?
Yes.
In Rivals, you can't do that. Some characters had.
I thought we were taking into consideration the fact that when you're like shooting somebody, you're not always like beelining forward. So like.
But you can't double your movement though. Like you still can't like increase how much you'd be able to run.
Right. I thought that's why we limited how much movement they could do, is because we were taking into account you're going to be doing other actions too. So
No.
if you didn't do those actions.
Same movement regardless of actions, because movement doesn't really slow based on your actions. So yeah, same movement regardless. So yeah, only characters with certain dash abilities would be able to dash.
Then I'll use his leap. I don't know exactly how that works. 15-foot long jump. Would that theoretically add, or would that spend my movement to do that?
It's a special ability. So your special abilities, I believe, are let's see,
Additive.
So
A lot of the other ones are.
I think it's considered the free action. That's your free action for this round.
Okay.
So your leap gives you 15 feet vertical and 10 foot extra long. So it would give you 10 foot forward, but you'd also be able to go up. So if you wanted a ledge like one of these barriers on the map here, you could technically get on top of one of those if you can get close enough to it.
How far will 6 get me? My regular movement?
So let's see. So Hawkeye is purple, so he would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would get him out. And you can get another 2.
So I'm not going down. I'm going directly west with him.
Okay.
Towards the well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, and then I will add my jump for another 2 squares.
Bam. Cool. All right. And let's see. So Hawkeye, and it goes to that's Groot. I'm Groot. Okay, so Groot also at 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just move there, and first initiative. The cart didn't move because no one was on it. So we have one person on the cart now.
Out of curiosity, the thing that he's standing on, is there any LOS obstructions right now? Like, are those white statues? Is that square box? Is any of that gonna like affect line of sight?
Shouldn't. Not
okay.
really.
That's just like stuff on the ground to indicate that's where the cart starts.
Yeah, it's just
okay.
it's just more of a visual.
Okay.
Okay. So and we said that you have the cart doesn't activate
till fourth initiative.
Right, but when we're on it, what did we say? How does the cart act though? Like the idea is that once someone's touched it, isn't there? Do we decide against the activation time?
So the activation time is. So the way I understand it is, so you know how we have beginning, middle, and end? You have to have a full section between 2 of those points.
So if you get on it on 4, it won't move for you. But if you got onto it on initiative 3, initiative 4, it's yours.
Right, because you're on it now, it won't move until the end of the round because you need a full tick, i.e., that little
right. Okay, and
so,
and each time it can move is one of those ticks.
Yes.
So if you get onto it between 1 and 4, it won't go off until the end of the round. But if you get onto it at the end of the round, it won't go off until halfway to the next. So you basically always skip 1.
Yes.
You skip 1 once you're taking it over. Okay, cool. Okay, so that is initiative 1, initiative 2. So initiative 3 goes to Jeff.
Jeff is gonna be a little sneaky fucker.
So I think you can use hide and seek.
He's gonna go hide and seek. He's gonna increase his movement speed to 9, and he's going to let's take a gander.
That would put him right there if he went straight.
No, he's not gonna follow the same direction as he's gonna go diagonal down southwest. Like you were first. So
that's 9 directly from the door.
Perfect. Yes, I want to be beelining towards. Can you scroll down just a skosh so I can see where the cart is compared to where Jeff is? Perfect. Yeah. No, I love that. Cool. I love that.
And then this is 4th initiative for or that was
third.
Third. So 4th is Doctor Strange. And this would be the cart. The cart is now ticked into my favor, so it won't move, but it is now mine.
Sure.
I now own the cart.
Yep.
Doctor Strange.
Oh, Doctor Strange. I'm curious. His flight doesn't change his speed at all. It does. It gives you plus 20 movement with levitation. Real quick, I don't see a cooldown for Doctor Strange's levitation.
Oh, I think this was stolen. Let me double check. Is this the same? Was this supposed to be the same as his fly? Does he fly or does he just post?
No, so he basically activates his cloak and he gains a fly speed for a short period of time.
Okay. So who else? Once every 3 rounds, I think should be about the same as everybody else's
that sounds about right.
Ability. So that was Strange. Let me check. I think once every 3 rounds is about movement options.
Curiosity, for Jeff's hide and seek, what do you think about making his exit free but enter in action? Because right now it's action to enter and exit.
Right.
I I get why you'd want to make it an action to enter into it, but I feel like to a certain extent you should be able to go in and out in the same turn, but with that you wouldn't be able to.
I think that was the logic. I think that was the original logic.
Which one?
Was not to have it in and out in the same turn.
Not to?
Yeah, so you don't just like pop in and move, then pop back up. I think that was the reason why we did it.
Do you
that
know
way.
why we were thinking about doing that?
I think it was just because we needed to balance it. Just because giving him the +9 movement, you can attack, but he does heal. Climbing walls, he has disadvantage on being attacked.
And now he stays having disadvantage on being attacked while he's in this state. Like,
right.
yeah, that's theoretically good for him, but like at the same time, okay. I mean, we'll play it out. I think that might be something to think about. Especially in game, you can come in and out whenever you feel like it. It does not take any time at all. But you know, if you think it's more valuable for him to have to stay,
I don't know. Like I said,
why we're I know you don't know, but this is what I'm talking about. Like theorizing why we would or wouldn't do a thing. This is the whole point of us having this conversation in the first place.
Yeah. Well, so we will check on that. I'll have to also check into the game too, and I can see some timing once we actually go through all of this. Because once I have actual data here, then I can actually go back into the game and hopefully get some better, like kind of like what we did before with the numbers. Actually go through it and figure out if what we saw in this test will actually match the feel of the game. Okay, cool. So. All right, so you moved with Jeff to the 9. Oh, yeah, so you're on Doctor Strange still.
Yeah, Jeff, Doctor Strange is going to do the same thing, but he's going to use his light to add a little bit to his movement speed.
So where are you coming?
He's moving towards Jeff.
Okay.
But he's going to, if he has the speed for it, going to move west between those two.
So that would be 6 directly to Jeff, which would be his normal movement. And then you can activate your flight for an extra 20.
Mm-hmm.
So what direction are you heading for from here?
West, between the two structures.
Okay. So that's 10.
Can you scroll down just a skosh?
So you'd be able to put him up on something, or you can get closer, but he would be by himself.
That's perfect. I want him chilling right there.
Cool. Okay, so then you've used your flight and all of that. All right, and then for me, it's my last 2 characters, and all they're going to do is move. So I think both of my characters, all of them have 6 movement. So yeah, we're just going to do 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. I'll just stay on top of it. All right, and then at the end of the round, the cart is mine. I do have everybody on it, so it will do. We said 10 per person, right? Is what we decided on, movement wise.
I think.
Because it would be. Yeah. Because that's still only 30 movement, right? So I'll go 10. All right, so he's there. So 5, 10, make that 30. So. All right, so I'm already seeing a little bit of a problem with that.
Feels far.
It does feel far, and kind of suddenly, like if you were there, right? Like that's a big instantaneous move.
So to be fair,
or was that supposed to be 10 feet per tick? So it was supposed to be 30 feet.
I think it was supposed to be 10 feet per tick.
Okay, so that would make way more sense, because then at the end of the round, it would have only gone out the gate here.
But I'll also say, and I don't know how much we care about stuff like this, but
I think that was the reason too, is because the
in
rounds would be
game,
better.
when the cart isn't in a neutral position, i.e. the middle of the map, the defending team gets sent out first. And they are staged looking at the door that the other team's going to come out.
We're not going to be doing that though, because
and I figured we wouldn't do the same thing,
because
but
we don't know the balancing, and having an entire team basically just get to sit there and take pop shots the moment you exit the door. At that point, you could just pop all your.
But I could see something like 1 round movement.
Yeah.
1 round of movement beforehand, or moving the cart starting position.
Yeah.
To be a little bit further away, so they both have to like travel a distance to get there.
Yeah.
So, however you want to play it, but this is just food for thought.
And I mean, we also might just because there's a lot of. I mean, again, there's also just a lot of different types of maps. Like some maps are more keen on having the cart right outside the attacker's door. The other ones are
They're
the cart is
theoretically
more in the middle of the
They're
map.
theoretically 2 different game styles. One's called Convoy, one's called Convergence.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so the ones that are right outside the door, I believe that's Convergence, and the one that's a
You'll get
point that you have to capture, and then once you capture the entire point, you got to do 3 full ticks to capture that point. Then the cart drops down, and then you can go take it somewhere.
Yeah.
So like.
And that's the thing is once we know what we want out of the game, I think it will be easier to build. But yeah, so I think now that I'm looking at this makes more sense because 10 feet at a tick is easier to manage in the middle of combat. And that also means that like you can position yourself in front of the cart where it'll move 10 feet during that tick, but then now are in the way of it, so it stops from that point.
Sure.
So there are some. So I think that's what it was. It's 10 feet per time it should move. So this was the end of the round, so it moved 10 feet. The round's going to cycle, but because we're still in control of it, it will move 10 feet again. And since no one's in the way of it, we could just start.
Oh, that's interesting. So if we move the cart like we're doing right now, it gets 2 back-to-back movements without anybody getting to do anything. Do you like that? Do you want to keep that? Or would you prefer to do it every 2 rounds it moves? Or every 2 initiatives it moves? So it moves on initiative 1, it moves on initiative 3, it moves on initiative 5.
It'd be more like 2, 4, 6 at that case.
Well, it would be 4 because you'd have first things that happens on the very first initiative 1, it would move, and then you'd have initiative 1 person, initiative 2 person, and then it would go, and then initiative 3 person, initiative 4 person, and then it would go.
But there's also initiative on the time it goes, right? Like,
right.
Yeah. So, Let's see, how would that affect gameplay? That's an interesting question of how that would flow. Yeah, 2 movements back to back. Okay, so I think the cart should move. Okay, so and so 2 that, and then 2 people, and then 1, 2. Okay. So for ease of game fluidity, because that's gonna be the hardest part to figure out. I think what it will be, because we're right now doing 3v3s, maybe it should be at the end of the second initiative, end of the 4th, and end of the 6th.
I like that.
Because then that way,
I like
2
that.
full people will go, up to, potentially more,
Sure.
could be the same initiative.
Sure.
But technically, right now, we have the same initiative because we could roll the same number. But realistically speaking, in the real world, when the program is written, it's very unlikely people will be same initiative. It's going to be very rare that 2 people would hit the submit button at the exact same time. So in that particular case, this allows 2 people to go, whether on the same team or not, before the cart moves, which does feel a lot better. Because then everybody should have an equal chance to affect the cart as long as they're within range of it.
Sure.
Okay, so first round ended and I went 10 feet. So then we're going to start the next round. So this is round 2, initiative 1. It won't move until the end of initiative 2. So we're still in control of it. At this point, we have to decide what we're going to do. And we can even say that technically, I mean, everyone's going to say we can't really do like a VTT that has individualized fog, which would be amazing if we could do that. If everybody's phone could show them their fog of war.
That would be very cool.
I wish we could do that. That would be a great opportunity. Because right now I'm trying to think of like, technically, I think technically there is no line of sight right now. So officially my characters wouldn't know where your characters are. Because even this right here, I think, can I make a line?
Like, you might get kind of close to strange.
You see how it like clips? So we might have seen Strange around the corner for half a second.
Sure.
But that's definitely blocked. That's partially blocked. Yeah, look at that. You see, like, that's partially blocked because you can see it cut through. So yeah, that's how we would have to test that theory.
Okay.
Okay, so my characters, let's see.
So, real quick, are we rerolling initiative or are we keeping our initiative the same?
It'll roll each time because it's supposed to indicate, again, it's
That's what
simulating that
the time it takes
however long
us
it takes us to do
That's
this, that's our
thought.
simulation.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that. Let's see here. So okay, so I'm gonna do that, and then okay, I'm gonna do that. Oh, perfect. And okay, I have I know what I'm doing.
So, how exactly does Strange's shield work? Can I just hold it up like I do in game? Does it basically act like a wall, like nothing can penetrate it, so anyone behind me is safe?
So Doctor Strange, let's see.
Shield,
Glad I have this like easily looked at.
right?
Shield. And adjacent ally. So basically it is a shield that is in front of you and either of your left and right and behind you. Up to 300 is blocked.
How it says on here 1 per round, but the question is, can I hold that shield up for multiple rounds? Because theoretically, the shield just exists, and I can pull it up whenever I feel like it, based upon whatever action economy that it costs. Also, I do want to confirm, is that's a air quotes bonus action? What are they called again?
That would be a secondary action.
Okay.
But what I'm curious about is we actually didn't talk about how like shields would recharge, because let's say you put it up in 1 round and it blocks 200 and then you take it down. Should it say, maybe we should have done like 50 per round, or like it regains 50 per round?
I was thinking to just give it a cooldown based upon its health, and just like whatever you think. Like once the shield dies, the cooldown starts. Like you can't use it again for 2 rounds.
Oh, okay. So you just have 300, and then once it's down.
Yeah.
Okay, so once per round, and then 3 round recharge. Or is that 2? What do you think?
Um,
Either 2 or 3.
I was thinking 2, but you know, let's play with it.
Okay, I mean, we can do 2 round recharge. We'll see how OP it is, because that's a lot of damage that you can prevent. But again, it's also not great because it's not as directable. You just put it up and say, I'm pointing it in this direction, and if no one fires, you can keep doing that once per round. But the idea is that it's only going to benefit if projectiles come in that direction, so it's kind of one of those.
Now, my question is,
so I'd say every round is a secondary action. You can move it around if you like needed to do that, right?
Sure.
I think that would just be it. Like every round, you're like, okay, now it's over here, now it's over there.
So the activation of it is a secondary action. You can hold it up and you can shift it.
It's assumed it'll last that whole round regardless of your initiative.
Sure.
So
unless it just takes stupid amounts of damage.
Right, but if you put it, like, let's say you're last in initiative and you put it up, it'll be up until it's your turn again.
Sure.
It's just assumed that you're holding it up until it's your turn.
Okay, thug life. Yeah, I'm here for that.
And if no one attacks it, then it goes immediately down, and then on your turn, you put it right back up.
Awesome.
So,
all right, well, I know what I'm doing.
All right, so your initiatives, Jeff is 2, Strange is 3, Hawkeye is 6. Both Loki and Human Torch are 1, and Groot is 5.
Okay, so when both are 1,
it would be simultaneous. Just again, we're probably not going to see that in the real game because it's very unlikely 2 people will hit submit at the same time.
Oh, gotcha, because we're rolling. Gotcha.
In this case, it's just assumed.
And they're both on your team, so it really doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not that concerned with it. All right, so Loki and Human Torch. Well, actually, both of them are the only people that are going to do anything, and they're not going to move because everyone's going to stay on the card. But they're the only people that were going to do anything. So Loki was going to let's see. Loki is my yellow character.
Oh, I need to know what your character's colors are. Hold on. I should write that down on mine. So you have Loki.
Yellow.
You have. Oh, hold on. Let me color that yellow. Okay, Loki's yellow.
Groot is orange. Torch is red.
Groot.
Okay. So we're gonna go.
Groot? What are you doing over? Oh wait, that's Loki.
All right, so Loki is gonna drop some doppelgangers.
Oh, that's right. And what's the range on those? 30 feet?
60.
60 feet?
We gave it 60 feet that I can drop because then you can basically put those anywhere you want. So, because that's the same, but that's also the same as his fire rate. So he can hit you as far as he can drop those, but that means that they would in turn double his.
And you can drop multiple of them on one turn.
They take secondary actions, and you can have 1 action and 1 secondary, or 2 secondaries.
Oh, so you use your action to drop both of them.
And I can't do anything else. I'm not saying do my free action, but he's not going to move the point, so that's all he's going to do anyway. He's just going to go bing, bing, and they all fire. So remember, each one will add 10 to his main attack.
Gotcha.
So it's not a lot, but if you notice, it's right in that position of you walk in here and I can get you for an extra 20 points of damage. So those are out. You would probably see the one off to your left, but not this one little behind you.
Sure.
So that was Loki's turn. Flat out, he's going to stay on the point. And then same initiative is going to be Human Torch. And Torch is basically going to do the same thing. We're going to preemptively put out...
Oh, your little fire spots?
2 of my pyro things to get up to 3 to make my little pyro prison, but I can do 2 as my secondaries. And
so he's on the point right now. So he's ground level right now.
Yeah.
Groundish level. He's probably like hovering 5 feet or 10 feet.
But yeah, if you consider a flyer moving the point, they're in melee damage or melee range. That's how I would consider it. If you consider them on the point, they are within melee damage. So I can give up the point to not take damage. From like if you threw a Wolverine at me and leaped in there, I could be like, fuck that, but you would cap the point.
Sure.
So there is definitely some flyer tactics there. But with Human Torch, I get 2 of those also at that, and no, it's not going to damage anybody because no one's there, but they will last 3 rounds. So that's going to be the other thing of remembering how long these things will last. So torch, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45, and then 40, 40. Okay, and then I'm going to put... Oh, no. Boom. I just have to remember to update this. But those will be up for 3 rounds. Okay, and that is my first... That is initiative 1.
I see 2. Did you put 3?
I wouldn't hear one. No, I put a 3 inside. Just a little 3 counter.
But you only dropped 2 of them.
Correct. I can only drop 2 of them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can I do a color? More. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So that was initiative 1, Loki and Human Torch. And then initiative 2 is Jeff.
Um,
And at the end of this round, the cart will move again. Yeah, I think I could see a benefit to giving defenders a free round of movement before the game starts. At least just to get out, because at least with where we're positioned now, it was way too easy for me to get on point, and I kind of just own the point for right now.
Sure.
So these first 3 rounds can definitely be cleaned up a little bit.
So I would like to move Jeff directly west.
Okay. 2,
Behind
4, 5, 6, 7.
Behind yes. And I would love for him to pop up.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's gonna take my full action to pop up, since I wasn't able to pop up last round.
Yeah. I could see that being a free action. Because, I mean, it is Jeff. I mean, that's really what Jeff is all about.
Yeah.
I would say that... Okay. Jeff can do it whenever he wants. But do you think we should limit it to 2 per round? Like, as in, you can go down and then back up, or you can come up and then back down. But you can't go down, move, up, shoot, down, move, up, shoot, down, and like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How do we make it to where it's not this constant Jeff is never above ground?
The way I look at it is I totally don't mind going down as an action.
Gotcha.
I think going down can be fine as an action. I think coming up should be free. That way, you can go down, you can move as far as you want, but the second you come up, you're up.
Yeah.
That's
I'm just trying to think about it again. Like when you go down, you basically give up your ability to attack. So if we're saying that you can go down and then come back up in the same round, but not being able to attack, is that going to feel as good?
I wouldn't be mad at making it a secondary action instead of a full action, because then you could go down, come back up for free.
Yeah. So entering as a secondary, coming out as a free. Because technically, even in the game, if you try to attack while you're underneath, doesn't it force you back up?
Yes, even if it even allows you to do it in the first place. I don't remember if you press the button, if you just nothing happens, or if you have to come up first.
I think if you hit the button, it auto brings you out. Like,
I know. Yes, that's true, because that's this weird animation where you see Jeff spinning. Is he'll go down and then reload, and it'll automatically pop him up, and then you go down again before it's done. It's this weird animation.
So we'll say that secondary to enter, free to come out, and that should limit how many times you can pop in and out, because you can only do 2 or 1. Secondary, so you can only go in without attacking twice. So you can go in, come out, go in, but never attack, or you can go in, come out, and then attack.
Sure.
And that, I think, will be the way, is being able to do all 3. Go in for a secondary, come out for a free, and then attack, I think is the way to go.
Okay.
Because that feels, I think, more in tune with what Jeff would be like, versus move, attack, and then dip down to run away, which is also a very Jeff move.
Yeah.
So if you can get in there, dive into the ground. Yeah, I think that'll be the better way to do it.
Cool.
Let me update that now. So Jeff. Is that website still even available?
I have no idea.
I mean, it probably is. He still tours.
I mean, yeah, I keep seeing him all over the place.
There. Very enter free exit. Okay. Jeff has been updated on my side.
Okay.
All right, so now it is your turn with Jeff.
So I moved behind him, and my plan was to just shoot my hose at his backside. And if anybody comes in front of him, they'll get hurt a little bit, but he'll get healed if he gets attacked a little bit.
Okay.
And it doesn't really hurt me to just hold my hose like that. And if anybody ends up...
So remember, the hose isn't an auto hit. You still have to choose the target. So you just would pop up and you're ready to shoot, or were you popping up and just automatically shooting? Because remember, in the game, if you were going to do it this round, you would have had a state, I'm popping up and shooting, or are you preparing for the next round?
I'm popping up and shooting, and I was, again, because in Jeff gameplay, like, that's kind of what I do, is I'll just, like, hold a corridor with my hose open, and
Right.
I can have my hose just in that corridor for, like, a good, like, 10-15 seconds before I have to, like, reload or whatever. So that was kind of my thought process, but...
Right, because in this particular case, remember, it would have been like, on the screen, you would have said, I'm moving there, and you would have seen basically your character, like your ally there, so then that would have been your selection of targets. So in this particular case, you would have been able to pop up, but your only target would have been your ally. So you would have been able to just flat out heal him, but he hadn't taken damage yet.
His is a cone.
That's his target range. He within a 60-foot cone, you can target any amount of people for up to the 5 shots that you have.
But you still have to target them? It's not like AoE?
Well, you still have to select who it is. Like, you have to select it in this cone. Because remember, the reason we said it's a cone because it is a spray. It's like, I can do this. I can wash 5 characters versus I'm only doing this.
Yeah.
That was why we gave him a cone.
I totally get that. I'll say it is hard to set cones as select a target versus like a saving throw.
Well, and again, it was more of a cone isn't everybody in the cone. The cone is just his area of targeting to accurately say why he gets only 5 attacks per round, because it's a constant water jet. So in order to say it's 5 hits per round, the equivalent of 75 heal per hit is when you're doing this. If someone's behind you and someone's in front of you, you're not going to equally hit them unless you're stopped. You click, unclick, click, unclick, click, unclick.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're hosing, you're only effectively getting people in a cone because you're wasting your spray by moving, right? So that's why I wanted him to feel different than everybody else, because to be effective with his spray...
No, I definitely understand that. My point's a little bit different. It's more about being able to shoot in an area where there isn't anybody, but there's likely to be somebody. So without being able to select a specific target.
But that would also make him one of the most powerful characters, because that means that he'd be able to hit so many people, period. So we'd have to drastically lower how much healing and damage he can do if he just auto hits anyone in the cone.
And see, that's why I don't think it should be an auto hit.
So but that doesn't.
Again, this is brainstorming. Right. This is like trying to figure out
that's why we went for attacks per round instead of AoEs for main attacks, because it made more sense to just say you have to. Because again, even with Jeff, you still have to aim. You still have to select the target. The cone is just representative of the effectiveness. Because again, if you spray 2 people here and then you shift here but never stop hitting the button, all of this is wasted ammo.
Yes.
And in the game, the only way we can represent that wasted ammo is by limiting how many attacks per round.
That I'm not confused on. That I totally understand. It's the idea of, in the game, I can spray an area and I can hold my spray on that area.
Right. So again, if we're going to do that, it has to be an auto hit then. If you want that kind of effect, if you're just going to spray an area, but we need you to say I'm going to
right. So I'm just thinking, like, with that mentality, I know you're saying it has to be an auto hit. I'm trying to think of a different possibility other than it being an auto hit.
Because the only other option would be we program it to where it just randomly selects characters. But that's not how Jeff works either, because Jeff's also very pointed.
I'm thinking more along the lines of there is like a danger area similar to Moon Knight's ult, that it gets created with Jeff's beam, and like people Is Moon Knight's ult on auto hit?
Yeah,
like if you're just in the
ults like that are auto, because if you're in the section, you're gonna get, well, it's auto hit as in if you're in the section, some of them are auto hits, some of them are, there's so many attacks per round that everyone's gonna get in that. And that's still the same as an auto hit, because you're still gonna roll the hit,
It's
but everyone's
true.
guaranteed. So that's the other thing, is if we're gonna say that anybody in his cone is gonna be rolled at for 5 hits, that also makes him one of the strongest characters. And then I would have to say that he can't do as much as 75 heal and 50 damage if he can potentially hit anyone in that cone. Because that's, I think, what you're asking for is, if anyone's in the cone, anyone in that cone should take up to 5 hits per round. But that also definitely makes him the go-to character, because then why would you ever use anything other than a slash? Because you can just sit behind your allies, and in this particular of the game, as long as you're rolling to hit, that would effectively make him like the biggest, what do they call that? Like
I know what you're
CC,
talking about.
right?
Yeah,
Like crowd control.
Yeah.
Because you literally could just sit there, and anybody who walks into that every single turn is guaranteed to get 5 rolls against him, even if it's not auto hit. That's what I mean by auto hit, though, is like, if you walk into the cone, you're guaranteed to have all 5 rolls against you. It's so powerful.
I definitely think. Well, this is from my perspective. Again, it depends on like how you want the characters to feel. I think it would feel better if Jeff had the ability to do that at much lower damage and healing. Like scaling it back that way, saying like, and it's something that you can see. So if Jeff's holding a stream out here, and you know that, like, you can either choose to run through it and take a little bit of damage, or you can choose
so then that's the case. Like, how long is the stream supposed to last? The whole round? Like, do you just say, I'm holding this, and anyone who passes through here for the rest of the round is
I would say,
and if someone runs through it, how many of those 5, like, this is the problem with that constant stream, is if someone runs through it, how many attacks do they get if they only touched it for a second?
I would say 1. I would say
but then how do you justify it when they get more? Do they have to so do they get 1 if they run through it, but if they stop it, they get max? Like, all attacks go to that? Like, this is where I'm trying to understand, like, how would we because again, if we have to program this, right? So you're the character, you're saying, hey, I'm going to move here on the map, I'm going to focus my cone that direction.
Right.
We need to know, how long does the cone last? How many attacks per person does it get hit? That's why I was just trying to say, like, it was easier in my mind to say that here's how many people you'd be able to attack, but you still have to select who's going to get the blunt.
I think let's play it out the way that it is. I have lots of ideas. I don't want to spend the whole stream trying to hash out what Jeff's cone is going to do or not going to do. I have a lot of ideas. I think it can work, but let's test it out how it is to see if you like the way it feels. And
what I've been trying to do.
It's what I'm trying to do right now. And so that's the whole kind of purpose of why I'm bringing this up in the first place, because I'm bringing it up because right now it doesn't feel right.
Okay.
I'm bringing it up right now because that's why. So I'm just trying to let you know, give my perspective. But so with things how they are, my target is Doctor Strange. Period. End of story. Doctor Strange. He's my target. You can see him. I knew he was there before any of this stuff happened. And
right.
So if somebody happens to be in the background, you tell me, would they get hit? Because like you said, I don't know.
There's nobody in the background right now for that particular case.
Sure.
So,
I mean, not yet, but somebody could run past it if that's what they said they were going to do on their turn.
Would you have... So you would just blind heal the character that hadn't gotten hit yet in this particular case,
yes.
Or would you just prepare for it?
I would blind heal the person that because again, I'm not theoretically wasting any of my resources because I can do this every turn. It's just if I don't do anything, it's going to be an unused action that I don't have. That doesn't it'll be an unused action that I just didn't use this round. So using it this round, the possibility exists that Doctor Strange is going to take damage this round. And if I heal him now, the possibility exists somebody did damage before, because I don't know. Because when I'm making these choices, I don't know what's going to happen already. And so if somebody ulted on top of him, not anybody ulted on top of him, but like if something happened, if somebody dropped something that like made him take damage, I'm going to put that out there. I have the action economy to do so. I'm going to blind heal him.
Okay. Because I'm trying to understand where the idea of how to incorporate, like, why doesn't this feel good? Like the idea that you say it doesn't feel good, I'm trying to understand how that plays into what your choices are. Like you said, you're going to come in, you're going to blind heal. Fine. But I'm just trying to understand like why that doesn't feel as good with the current way that it is. I mean, that's why we're testing it. So you want to come in and just because you don't know how the initiative was going to play out, it would have been possible for him to take damage. So you're just going to go in and say, I'm going to preemptively heal.
Yes.
Knowing I wouldn't be able to attack. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. So we won't have to bother rolling those hits just because it's negligent anyway.
Negligible.
Negligent. There we go. Negligent. Okay. So that would have been Jeff's movement, and then are you going to stay up, or now that we have the opportunity to go back down?
He's going to stay up.
Okay. So he's going to stay. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to be common or not. I wonder how common it's going to be for Jeff.
People to just like shoot real quick and then disappear. Real quick and then disappear.
Especially because because his only other secondary ability is his bubble, and is the bubble. Yeah.
I will say.
So it's interesting enough that unless you're going to do those healing bubbles for your party to pick up, it would probably be beneficial for most people to use that secondary to stay hidden.
Just like
so
stay underground like 90% of the time. Again, depending on how you feel, I feel like that could feel bad for the other team. And I have disadvantage to hit Jet every single. There's literally no.
I think that's why I originally had it as always an action, just so it wouldn't feel like he's always underground. Like, I think that's why originally it was an action for each, just because you had to be strategic.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I see that...
I could say something like, if you end your turn twice in a row underground, then you automatically pop up and can't go down for a round or something like that. Like, right now, they changed Jeff's meta. Like, you used to be able to stay underground for as long as you want. You can't do that anymore with Jeff. Jeff has a little meter. And once that meter goes away, you pop up and you can't go back down until that meter recharges.
So we could do that. We could do like you can do this, but you can't be down for more than 2 rounds in a row.
And if you are, you pop back up and can't go down until your next round.
That would be harder to program, but I'm pretty sure we can do it.
Sure.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so you're going to stay up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to use your bubbles then? Because you do have 2 per round and a max of 5 that you can pop out with your secondary ability. And remember, these just stay out there until someone picks them up.
And they can only be picked up by my allies. In game, that's how it is. I don't know how you feel about that.
In this particular case, it lasts till the 3rd round. So they'll last for 3 rounds, but they do heal 30. So just as an option, you could just drop, since you attacked, you could drop one of those behind you.
Do I see that little, what do you call it? Human Torch thing, right?
Yeah, you would definitely see these 2. And then you would also see the Loki up here.
And I can pop 2 of them with my secondary action?
You can pop 1 per secondary action, but since you technically attacked, you only have 1 secondary action.
Okay.
So you can pop 1.
So
you can put it in front of your ally, because I think the bubble has, 30 feet. So you can put it anywhere within 30 feet.
Can I put it, like, right next to the closest bubble?
Oh, like right over here?
Like right above it?
Yeah.
Or right above the closest torch flame?
Absolutely. So let me turn this... into your color. Boop. That's gonna be maybe.
I love how you put the counters on the red ones. Is it possible to put a C on the yellow ones? Well, wait, you know what? That's fair, because
you technically don't know.
We never know which one's real.
Because they kind of just technically look the same.
Yeah, because that's honestly one of the best tactics for Loki, is just put all 3 of them around you and just bot heal, and which one do I hit?
I love having them all right next to me, or just enough spread out to where our zones overlap. Okay, so you have your little bubble right there. We'll just call that for now. This is the other part that's going to be just so difficult to do manually, is all the little things. Like, all of this shit is so difficult. This is why I want the beta test build. Is because I really need this to like be automated. This is so difficult.
No, I feel that.
Oh wait, no, these counters, and then this thing's gonna move. Like, it's bad enough that we're trying to test this stuff out, just 2 of us, right? Like,
but I mean, this is how it starts. This is exactly how it starts.
Yeah, and there are people who do this for a living, and all day, every day, and we're trying to do this once a week. Okay, so Jeff puts down his bubble. That would be Jeff's turn. So that is the end of initiative 2. We're still in control of the carts. The cart moves 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right.
I totally wish you could just like select them as a group and move them all at once.
That's why this is not going to be the VTT we use permanently.
Sure.
Just for fucking testing, because like, yeah, I can't even shift click.
Wild.
So yeah, that's one of the things that I want to fix. But we're just mechanics. Okay, so that was the cart move.
Cool.
So that was round 2. So initiative 3 is Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange, he is going to move. Oh, what? He's got a 6 speed. Yeah, y'all are gonna get the first point. There's no way I can get to you guys before you hit that first checkpoint.
Well, we still have to do. We're only going to move 2 more. We're only going to move 1 more time at the end of this round. No.
Could be 2.
Or yeah, we'll move.
Yeah, you moved the first time. He'll move the second time.
So
And
hold on. This is going to go. It's hard to see in this one too.
dude, Loki's ability to move his clone 60 feet gives him a stupid range.
Yeah,
like movement range, because
he can just
pop your clone, switch to your clone, and then run. Like,
yeah, that was one of the things that was so great about him though in a game like this, is because he's one of the few characters that if you have him on your team, you're not that far off the point. But he's the only character on your team that can do that. Very few other characters get that big of a distance. So while that's good, he's also kind of squishy. Him getting out there, it's great if he's catching up to the team, but not great if he's the only one. So
anyways,
there's definitely some interesting balance there, but I'm also curious how like Doctor Strange's portal is going to work.
yeah, but it's got to take so long for it to. I'm actually curious to see how that works in practice. But okay,
We might have to cut that down to maybe 30 or 45 feet for Loki.
at least the placement, like you can be far away from it and teleport it, but like I think 30 feet's not a bad idea, but we can worry about that.
I mean, this will be a good test to see if he feels too strong right now.
Sure.
I'm definitely starting to feel that this is very heavy. It starts in favor of the attackers, which I feel we can definitely
Balance out a little.
balance out.
Sure.
I'm thinking, if anything, we move this to the side, like,
Oh, like vertically? Like rotate it vertically?
yeah, like basically move it over here. No. I should just rotate it. Are you serious? You moved the whole thing before, and now I can't. Are you fucking...
Disrespectful.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, I know
Move
what
it
you're talking
vertically to the side, so that way they would have longer, plus giving the defenders 1 full round. Then I think that would work. So yeah, I think that's going to be much more fair on the starting. Is move this one over a little bit and give the defenders at least 1 round of free movement.
Okay.
That would work.
Anyway, so Doctor Strange, he's gonna move his speed. He is going to move kind of in the middle of the track, just to the other side of the second checkpoint, and he is going
6, like right about there. That's his full 6.
move him back 1.
You want him closer to the bubble?
That's fine. Right there's fine.
Okay.
And then he is going to pop his. He's gonna like bring up and like hold his shield.
Gotcha.
Facing the cart.
Gotcha. So we're gonna say,
Dude, he's so far back. How is he so far back? Oh, that's crazy. He's so far back.
oh, your other character?
Hawkeye, dude.
Okay, so we'll say it's from there.
I did not think he was gonna be that far back.
Fine, I'll do the door. The wall. I need a wall. And I need it. You're here. I need it to cover you and those two. Okay, so I need it from there to there. There.
Oh, it's a thick boy.
Can I move you, please? No? Can I? Yeah. Can I just?
I'm so surprised that that 4 arrow thing is not give you the ability to just grab it and move the whole.
Right? Like it's this VTT is frustrating as all hell.
Yeah, I've used Roll20 a lot, and that one feels a little bit more intuitive, I'll say. But again, it's definitely not perfect. But it's nice because you can just take this one. You can actually create maps on, I'm assuming. That one you just import images, and then
Right. Here's to. What? No.
Strange.
There. That's good enough. There's a shield there, I guess. Okay.
Perfection.
You know what? This is what we do with testing. This is why we test, because we're just here for. We're not here for visuals. We're not here for it to look good. We're here to make sure that
Not
the game
yet.
works.
Not yet.
No, we're just making sure the game works. Okay, so you have your shield up for the rest of till the start of your next turn. It's focused at that. You have your 2 things that you don't want to pass here, and then we have 2 Lokis, and that was Strange's turn.
Mhm.
And that means it's going to be Groot's turn, and Groot sees you setting up. So
He didn't put his line between those 2, did he?
not
Torch?
yet. No.
Okay.
He wasn't able to yet.
Okay.
He was going to wait for the 3rd one.
Okay.
So Grooty Boy is also. Just draw like a wall or a door or some wall. Grooty Boy is gonna do
Groot.
his big wall. Oh, how far can Groot do that? Groot can do walls. Oh, only 10 or 20 feet away. Okay. So Groot's gonna the wall right there. Again, doesn't have to look good, just has to be a wall.
Accurate.
So bam. He's just gonna put his wall right there. That's all he's gonna do. That is technically initiative 4. That was before initiative 4, so this moved. And then the wall went up. That was initiative 5, and then initiative 6 is Hawkeye.
All right. Can you?
I mean, technically, if you move 6 forward, actually, right now you have line of sight,
That's what I was gonna ask.
except to Groot. I think you have line of sight to. You have perfect line of sight. Oh yeah, I'll give it to you. You have perfect line of sight to both my guys just around that door, or just around that wall.
Which 2?
Loki and Torch. You'd have to move to the side to get Groot.
I'm Broken Torch.
Do you want to move first?
I do want to move.
Okay.
I would like to, if possible. I want to move directly west. I would like to go above towards the well, my full movement. But
6.
on the way, I would like to take 2 headshots.
Ooh.
Yes, I can do 2 headshots. I would like to take 2 headshots at the
You're doing
torch.
headshots. Interesting. -5 to hit.
Yes.
And you're both at torch. So we're gonna say that you
Both
move
at
here.
torch.
You're gonna move here. You're gonna shoot twice, and then you're gonna move here. That's your next 2 movements. So that's where you're gonna end. But you're gonna shoot here.
Wait, where am I
first.
going to end?
You'll end right here. That's your 6th movement, but this would be 4.
Okay.
Just during the time.
Okay,
of the
sure.
shoot.
Yeah.
Because this should still give you perfect. Yeah, look at that. Right between the walls. Look at that. Look right between the fucking walls, dude. Like, there's just the walls line up just enough where they're.
Bro, I can't tell you how many times that's actually real in game.
I love it. No, I see. This is why I'm glad that this happened to work out this way, because this is gorgeous. Okay, so that means that you're gonna do 2 d20s. Yeah. All right, ready and roll for it. You are shooting who?
Torch.
You're going right past Loki to Human Torch. Torch has 250 life.
One of those suckers has got to hit.
Let's see. His AC is a 13. You rolled a 6 and a 16.
Oh my god!
How much do you do? How much damage do you do?
250, it says.
So,
250. And to be fair, I have been one shot. God knows how many times.
that's why we have that. That's why we have it. So, oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
He's got 275, doesn't he?
No. I'm sorry. You rolled a 6 and a 16. But I did not take into account
The
that
negative
the
5?
Human Torch, or that Hawkeye has a -5 to hit for these. So that's a 1 and an 11.
Oh.
It does
Bitches.
not hit. I was like,
Bitches,
God, you just, but again, that easily could have sent me straight back to, like, and you could have technically done that to Loki and Human Torch. You could have sent both my guys straight back to spawn with one attack. You could have just been like, dink, dink, and if they would have hit, both my lowest guys were back to spawn and Groot was on his own.
Sure.
Imagine that. Imagine if you pulled that off
Now,
and Groot was on his own and then your next two guys.
I will say this. How, again, it's hard with how we are, because my plan the whole time was that is like, I'm basically sighted in on it. Like, if I'm thinking as a player, I'm sighted in on my LOS that I know is going to be coming up, and I'm beelining it for wherever it is that I want to perch. And then when I see ka-choom, ka-choom, that's when I'm going to throw. But would I have been able to see the part there? Would I have been able to recognize LOS? Because, like, we are watching this from a bird's eye view, so I can see everything. So I can say...
So technically, yeah, because you wouldn't have decided to hit Loki unless you knew he was already going to be there.
But I did know that... I didn't know that Groot's wall was going to be there, and theoretically, I wouldn't have known that Doctor Strange was going to do whatever Doctor Strange was going to do. So I would have seen, like, as I move forward, I'm going to pass by an area of line of sight, and so that was my mindset. Is boom, boom. It so happened that that wall could have blocked my line of sight and just screwed me over, but it so happened that there was a sliver that I could make it through. So I wanna make sure that it feels...
Well, because that's the hardest part about doing it in initiative basis. Like when some, especially when we're doing it ahead of time, is like if someone says I plan on moving and shooting that character that I know is there, but they don't know that the initiative before the character moves. That is kind of how the game happens sometimes, right? Like you're about to shoot someone and they just walk around a corner or something. But again, there's that whole thing of like what would have happened in this situation where you saw that they moved. You were like, oh, if I move over, I would have hit him, and then I'll move over again.
Would I be able to do something like anticipate line of sight in this game? Meaning, would I be able to say...
We won't be able to program that, but I think what we'll have to do is, I think we'll have to bend the rules of line of sight a little bit. Because there's definitely going to have to be like some variance, because some characters, you'll say, I'm going to, attack this person, and then they'll move, but technically they're not completely out of your ability to shoot them.
Sure.
But then there might be times where someone full on just moves away from a corner or something out of your distance, and then what do we say happens to all of those attacks? Do they just auto miss? But yeah, those are those things that really I don't know how we're going to fix until we're like in that beta section and knowing what the technology is.
Sure.
Right now we can't see how it's actually going to unfold very well. Like, yeah, we know that that's a problem, right? We know that you can only shoot where someone was. But when it comes to line of sight, I think what's going to happen, I think the way that I foresee it happening is line of sight only matters at initiation. So if you know the character was there and on your initiative, you say on initiative 3, I'm going to move and shoot like you just did. But let's say on initiative 2, they moved out of line of sight. I don't think that's going to be programmed in that you miss. I think it's better that when you try to shoot them, they were in line of sight, because again, this is all kind of happening so chaotically. It's just that they also were running away. So I think that's where I'm leaning, is as long as you had line of sight when you said I was going to shoot that person, it does not matter if you lose line of sight after, because it's all kind of in the same vein of what's happening. And
how easy or hard do you think it would be to like program in an additional point or two of AC if somebody moves out of line of sight? just to make it a little bit harder for that hit
That
to
I
occur.
don't know.
So,
That's a great idea.
Just a thought. Just a
It's
thought.
a great idea, especially if we can do like a post where the game just knows at the time of rolling, do the calculation. If we can do that, if we can have it do the calculation at the time of the roll and not at the time of the point of contact from the player, right?
Sure.
Because I think initially it'll probably just be what the player says happens, but I'll bet eventually we can upgrade it to understand every move. That would be interesting. I think, I think that's a good way to go. I think that line of sight should only matter when the player initiates the attack, but I don't mind the idea that the AC can change.
Depending upon how movement and things go.
To the point that if it truly is a situation where they were at the corner and on their initiative they moved around the corner, I can see that basically making it their initiative or those attacks useless.
Sure.
It does kind of suck because, again, it's kind of like with reactions. How do we program in something where everyone said that they're going to do, and then something doesn't happen? We can't really give that player the opportunity to react to that. So it is going to feel bad. Like there are, like I think the downside of having a game like this,
but even
there will be things that we.
What if in this scenario, it was like this? I'm standing here. Groot gets to go before me. I say I'm shooting at the Luna Snow that's standing right next to the Groot, but on Groot's turn, he puts up one of his walls.
Yeah.
I still shoot my arrow, but is that arrow going to do damage to the wall?
It should. It definitely should. Like
so
in a case like that, 100%.
That I think it should, but how are we going to program that in? Because you're going to have to retroactively change targets. I targeted the Luna Snow. Now that target needs to be shifted from Luna Snow to the wall.
Yeah. It's going to be complicated. So I'm glad I'm hiring someone for this and I'm not doing this part myself.
Sure.
But again,
Sure.
these are things that we need to write down because, yes. Okay, let me make some notes here. Moving targets, bald targets after initiative. So a target gets walled after initiative, a target moves after initiative. LOS matters at time of attack or time of initiative. I think it's going to be the time of initiative. Adjustment to AC. No. Dynamic. Say it right. Dynamic adjustment to AC during round movement. Okay, so targets moving after initiative has been set is something that we have to think about. Walled targets after initiative is something that we have to think about.
Yep.
Line of sight matters either at the time of attack or the time of initiative. I'm leaning on initiative. So again, if the player moves out of sight, you still should have your attack, but there might be some fringe cases. And then dynamic adjustments to AC during the round. So again, if they move, they get walled, we can dynamically change their AC. What are some of the things that we'll have to keep in mind with transition? Because again, some of these things are only going to pop up during alpha, and some of these things will only pop up once we have the interface. Right?
Yeah.
So I want to get a list of these while we're talking about them. I know we don't want to hash them all out right now, but I want to make sure we keep this.
I mean,
better. If we
I will likely come up with more from time, but
you're talking about like potentially like preemptive or not preemptively, but like predicting line of sight. But see that, and that was where that's the weird thing, right? Is some of these are going to have to be like you can predict certain things if they're AOE's. That's why we have some attacks that are kind of AOE-ish because you don't really attack a person, you attack an area, and anybody that's left in that area gets attacked. And then there's attackers like this where all they do is attack the individual they know they can see. So that's kind of a good tactic. I'm actually, now that we're talking this out, I'm glad we have both because it really is going to flesh out the game. Some people are going to be attacking squares, others are going to be attacking tokens.
Mm-hmm.
But therein lies an issue. The square attackers, I think, are the easiest, right? You just say, on this initiative, I'm attacking that square. I'm hoping someone steps in that square. That's easy. that will never change, and that's going to be the easiest thing to program.
Sure.
Is someone there? If yes, then this.
So-
if no, then this.
Remember you heard me fighting like who I was gonna choose at the beginning? It was between like I wanted to choose Squirrel Girl because I love Squirrel Girl, and Squirrel Girl is one of those people who attacks a square and not a person because her little bombs do a little AoE damage. So like yes, you can shoot at people, but it's more.
And so yeah, so I like that we have both of those, but that does mean that there is going to be some level of understanding that we have to have that there is probably going to be a meta, or at least there's going to be a mentality that unless we fine tune it, there's probably going to lean that the AoE people are probably going to be stronger. So we might have to consider, I'm going to do this now, balance attack and damage for AoE over target, because it may just be that we have to nerf the AoE people just a smidge, just so they don't feel like they're just the best choice, because meta says that it's easier to predict a square than it is a token.
Sure.
And that's if we can't easily solve this issue of what happens if the character moves. Because if I'm targeting an area of effect, I'm more likely to hit someone even if they move. If I'm targeting a token, it's very easy in a lot of these situations for them to just not be a target anymore. And again, while that can happen in game, we don't want this game to drag out because every movement, someone's someone's moving behind something.
Just a quick question now that I brought up Squirrel Girl. In a scenario like this, Groot's got a wall there. There's theoretically nothing saying that Squirrel Girl can't shoot over the wall.
Sure. Absolutely.
So, but like, to what extent is that? If there's a Luna Snow standing adjacent to a Groot wall, there's no way a Squirrel Girl is going to hit her.
True.
But if you're at least 5-10 spaces behind the wall, then I can easily arc it over that wall and hit you. So should there be a limit, like anybody within 5 squares, or at least 5 squares away on the other side, or at least 3 squares away on the other side?
But see, again, because that shouldn't be that big of a deal, because if you know she's on the other side of the wall, and we can just say you can't aim to a square adjacent on the opposite side of the wall, which means you have to go 10 feet out. If you have an 10 feet AoE, just attack.
See, that's my point. Is do I think that arc, because that all comes down to like arcing pattern,
right? And so that would be a question of if, like, we would just have to say that, you know, part of the program, this might be in 2.0 once we get to beta, that we can program each attack. Because again, the goal is going to be that when you say I'm Squirrel Girl, I'm going to attack, the map that you see is going to light up with all the spots you can attack. It would be amazing if in 2.0, if there's a wall there in that initiative, it blacks out like 2 squares behind you.
Yes.
And just says you can't attack there.
Yes.
That's exactly what I want. Like, I envision everything to be visual.
But that's what you're thinking. You're thinking 1 to 2 squares on the other side.
Easy 1 to 2 squares. Because, I mean, yes, you could say, well, I have a trick shot. I can Stop it. That's not how we can't represent that level of competition in this game. So I would say easily, if we're going to program it in, you can lob it within 10 feet of the wall of an adjacent side. So and again, we can even do things like, because I'm imagining the way that VTTs do like LOS Fog of War, when you say if you look into a building, you can only see like in the doorway like this or like that because the light goes in. I would say the same thing for Squirrel Girl. You can't directly target, like if there's a doorway, you can't directly target people just, take it easy, Huelapa. Thank you so much for showing up. We do appreciate you.
Thank you for being here.
Take it easy, get some sleep. Maybe we'll see you in the morning sometime.
That's right.
So like if someone's in the doorway, normally you wouldn't be able to shoot the people just to the left and right. The Squirrel Girl would be able to hit the square just inside the doorway and blast them.
Sure.
So that would be, again, the thing that the game would have to show you is you can see inside the doorway, but if there's no one there, you have to hope that they're on either side of the door. So yes, I think that's doable. I just don't know at what stage, and that's gonna make alpha in the first launch of beta very touch and go.
Okay.
We'll have to be very, I mean,
but at least we're coming up with the points now. We're recognizing the points that
I guess that would be considered early access. I guess we're going to go from alpha testing to early access, and then beta will be when we're actually full-fledged into it, and then full launch will be when we've done all the bells and whistles and tinkered. So I would say that that's probably more for beta. So we're in alpha build. I think early access, or I think beta will be next when we actually get to have something visual. early access will be when we're actually testing it with fans. And I think early access will be when we can do something like that, where we can do the next level of the interface. 'Cause I think the first interface is going to be this, with
Just
very
raw.
rudimentary
Yeah.
like buttons. But I'm hoping that eventually we get this nice looking map where you just say, I move here, and then I do this action, and then it calculates it, and then you say, then I move here, and then I do that action, and then I move here, and then I do that action, submit, and then boom, we have that in an initiative list, and it says exactly what initiative you're in, that you moved, attacked, moved, attacked, moved, attacked, like basically, and that's exactly how we want it. And then all I have to do is go next, and it moves your token, and I read out what you do, and I hit next, and it moves your token, and I read out what you do, and it rolls. I'm hoping that's just, it's one of those things where I'm just hitting the button going, next activity. Okay, this person moved over here, and then they attacked Doctor Strange for 20 damage, and then they attacked the Thing for 6 damage, and then they moved, and then that was their turn. Then the next initiative, Wolverine came in, he moved. That's what I want to do. I just want to sit there and just be able to, like, I click, and you see it move on the screen, I narrate. That would be so... That's my hope. That's all I'm hoping for, is that we get something like that. Okay, so line of sight was a really good one. It's going. So it's going. We've, like any good alpha test, we're catching bugs before they become a problem. Again, it just, I can see it working, but at the same time, there's just so many little tiny things that, like, it's easy to overlook when you're just looking at, like, oh, this moves and this moves and that player does that, and then these things happen. You're like, oh, this would be so fluid, and then you're just one
But
little
I will
thing.
say, I don't think the little things. I think the little things are, they feel disruptive, but at the same time, I still think they're little things. And I still think they're things that we're gonna have the ability to find a solution for, and they're not going to be preventative, if that makes sense.
Oh, 100%. I'm like, for me, it's just more of a, I know we're not going to get everything right, so it's picking and choosing what do we fix first.
Sure.
Because we could just sit here and, like you said, we could laundry list every little thing that's not going to work. I don't care about the map. I don't care about whether hex is the right option. I don't really, like, line of sight is good to know for the future, and it's good to know that it's going to be a problem. Those are the kind of things that I'm happy that we're nailing down right now, is what can we predict is going to be a problem, so as we go through it, we're already thinking of the answers, because we're not going to come up with the answers. We're not just going to be like, oh, here's the solution, we're done. It's going to be trial and error, but as long as we know, hey, this is going to be a headache, then we can go into it knowing that that's going to be an issue. I'd much rather have that than the overabundance of optimism saying, no, nothing's going to go wrong.
No, that's just silly. That's just silly.
Okay.
Well, that's Hawkeye's turn.
Okay.
So
that was good. I
blew my load, missed all the things.
It does happen.
But it does happen. But you know, if you would have been.
So let's talk about that real quick. This is actually a good thing to talk about, because we decided a lot of things, but we haven't fully tested it. So you shot at Human Torch. Now, his AC is a 13 because he's a flyer, which means he has the one bonus, right? He has one extra. Loki, on the other hand, would have had an 11, or he has a 12 AC. Groot, because he's standard. And then Groot has an 11 because he's a big target, right? So the reason why I'm bringing this up, you rolled a 6 and a 16, but because you used headshot, you rolled a 1 and an 11. There's no crit fail here, so nothing to worry about.
And crit fails only work if you rolled a 1.
Yeah. So technically speaking, with a 6 and a 16, you would have been able to hit Groot.
Yes.
Not Loki, not Human Torch.
Yes.
Loki would require a 17, and Torch would have required an 18. Or, I'm sorry. No, 16. Yeah, because it's a -5, right? So we got to think about this. Is in terms of someone like Hawkeye trying to do a headshot, it should be more difficult.
Sure.
And it should be easier on someone like Groot. But is, like, most people get, the 1.5 crit damage, but for you to be able to take out the standard health, the 250 characters, right? Of which you could have taken out 2 of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Is a minimum roll for a team like mine of 17 for my weaker characters okay?
You said I would have to roll an 18 to get Human Torch?
Yes, because he's a flyer.
Let me ask you this. Who would be the hardest person to hit?
I can find that out. So the hardest person to hit, the best you can get is a +1, unless you're a flyer. So you get a +1 for being a flyer, a +1 for being size small, and a +1 if you have a speed of 8 or more. I don't think there's any character that has 2 of those. So let me double check.
So the only person would be Jeff when he's underground.
Jeff would have been the harder people to hit.
And he would also get disadvantage just because he's underground.
Well, yeah. So underground, he would have
But-
been that. Otherwise, he just would have had the +1 to his initiative.
And he takes, what, half damage on crits or something like that? Because he's just ahead or something? Although I don't know if you took that passive.
Yes. Crit damage is reduced by half because he's a passive. It's his passive ability. Yeah. So basically, nobody gets a +2 to their AC. I'm just double checking with all of our notes here. I don't think there's any character that gets a +2. I want to say there's one character that gets a -2. Double check. I want to make sure that for his second, even though it's a major ability of his, like it's one of his major attacks, I don't want it to be too easy, but I also don't want it to feel like
I
it's not
don't
hard.
think an 18 is too hard for a one-hit kill.
Okay, and I don't think so either.
That's what I was getting at.
Especially when for Groot, you can get as low as a 16 and still take a third of his life. That's huge. He only has 700. If you could take 250,
Dude, if I took both of those to him and both of them hit,
yeah, then he's down to the ranks of his team. So yeah, so that's why I'm like, I just wanted to make sure when you missed someone like Human Torch, when you missed someone like Loki with a 16, is that like that doesn't feel too bad, right? Knowing
Yes.
that a 17 would have done it.
yeah. So what I needed? One more to hit him?
You would have needed 1 more to hit Loki and 2
Two
more
to hit Torch. Okay, and I was shooting both at Torch, so I would have needed 2 more on one of those.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
I was in the
That's
same
fine.
boat because again, I'm just trying to make sure that now we're seeing this live. I want to make sure when you sat, because again, I don't know if the characters are going to know what they roll, right? Because in the background we're going to have the computer roll D20 because that's how we want it to happen. Just kind of like in
Mhm.
a lot of like MMOs, they say it's a D20
Was that
system.
a 20% chance? D20?
5. 5% chance on every number.
So this should be 10% chance of success.
10% chance, yeah, for
Of
AC.
success
Yeah.
specifically for Human Torch.
Yeah, it would have been a 10% chance per hit. Like that's not bad. And again, you can the only way you scale that is by skill. But
That-
you can't take people's skill
Now
into account.
I did have 2 of those shots.
Yeah,
Like I had 2 of those shots on one turn to try, and yes, I missed both, but
that's 20% chance to basically kill any low level character, any low HP character. And if you get both of them off, you can practically down anyone.
yeah.
So we're good with that. We're okay
I'm
with the -5.
currently I'm totally fine with that.
Cool.
I'm totally fine with that. That feels fine.
Yeah, because the only time you can get a +1 to your AC or you can get a -1 to your AC. The only time there's a -2 to your AC is if you were forced movement to 0. That's the only time you get a -2 to your AC.
Right.
Right.
CC abilities. Yeah.
Right. Cool. Okay. Cool. I just wanted to make sure, looking at that we're all on the same page.
I was thinking maybe to reduce Hawkeye's negative, if anything. But again, right now, because not messing with the people's AC, like not adjusting people's AC, you just mess with his detriment to the headshot if it did feel bad. But right now, I'm not mad at it.
Okay.
I'm not. I think 18 is fine.
Yeah, and again, I think
Especially because it's not 18 for everybody. It's just 18 for flyers.
yes, and I mean specifically for flyers or small creatures. So someone like
Yes.
a rocket would also
Yes.
be harder to hit. But on top of that too, again, like I think you nailed it. It's 2 chances at a 1-hit kill. That no other character has that level, and that's why I think I liked doing it for Hawkeye. Is no one else can do that.
And doesn't Black Widow, she have a longer range than Hawkeye
Yes.
because of her scope?
yes.
Yeah. So I totally think that balances that out too.
Sweet. Okay. Cool. And that was the end of the initiative. I don't know how much more we're probably not gonna get to the whole round because we're actually
Fair enough.
we're finding more bugs than we thought, but that's fine. That's kind of the point.
100% the point.
So 1, 2, 2.
See, so I totally feel like Jeff was way more of a DPS menace before his changes. Well, he was a DPS menace only because he had crazy survivability back then. Like crazy, like it was damn near impossible to kill Jeff because he was hard to hit. He could heal himself.
Well, and if you dropped your bubbles early, like if you dropped your bubbles right in front of you, did all your damage, and then walked into your bubbles, yeah, you would always basically be at full health.
He had unlimited of those.
Oh yeah,
his big bomb ones. Now you only have 3 of those.
Yeah.
Before they have to like sit there and recharge. He used to have 6 for a while. But I will say his hose, it's not like it does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But it just does constant damage.
Yeah.
And being able to hold that on somebody for a long period of time, that's like it's just like Wanda. And so that was something I was thinking about when we were talking earlier is
Jeff, actually.
Wanda's auto hit for her primary attack can hit targets she can't see.
Interesting. Oh, because it can like go through a wall or
imagine Invisible Woman put up her thing.
Oh, but
and people are inside that, it will still target those people.
That's interesting.
Even though you can't actually see it because it just locks onto them. So
what? Yeah.
But we can.
Let's see. So wait. So 100.
But I do want to see that stuff, so you should probably send me some Rivals clips in Discord.
I think we might be able to get away with giving Jeff an official cone, an AOE cone.
Yeah.
Because the more you talk about like how he's changed, I am thinking about that. I wonder if what we can do is just drop it to a cool 25. Oh, he technically does more healing than he does damage with.
Yes.
So, and he does have burst, which is way more damage. Okay, so
what's his range right now on his cone?
60. It's a 60-foot cone. So it's like, 5, 10, 15, 20.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to think is like, if we drop the healing down to any ally within the cone gets 25 heal per hit, which means there's 5 hits per round for anybody in the cone, right? That'd be up to 125 hit points. Right now it's 75 per hit, but he has to target it on one person or another. But that's 125 up to as many allies as in the cone. Then if we did the same as 10 damage, that's up to 50 damage to anybody in that cone. Feels like it's not a lot of damage, especially for Jeff. I don't know, but his other one, his burst, we could keep that at the 45 damage on hit, 25 damage within 10 feet, and that's 3 per round. So that could be the way that we judge his spray, his little hose, as a cone, as basically 60-foot cone, and anybody inside, it's 5 hits on that person, but it's 25 heals to allies, 10 damage to enemies. But like you said, you could just park it and say, every round, I'm just gonna park it right here.
Sure.
Anybody that comes in is getting sprayed. And at that point, 50 damage per enemy and 25 per heal isn't terrible if that's all you're trying to do is kind of just passively hold it. And then you have your burst, which is bigger damage, and you have your bubble, which is even bigger heals.
Yes, I think that's what I was talking about when I was talking about like reduce the amount that it does, but allow it to hold.
Let's change it. I'm thinking that might be the only way I can see that working, is drastically reducing how much he does. And that's where I think I just couldn't imagine doing that much little damage. But I think we can pull that off. I think that's easier. And now that I'm, again, I see the issue arising with Hawkeye, and now that I'm just looking at the characters we chose, there are AoE abilities, but they're unlike Hawkeye, who has like, this, I can potentially one-shot kill 2 people. That is such a standout ability for Hawkeye that really makes him feel unique. I think that Jeff having a standout, his primary ability is just a locked-in cone, and everybody gets splashed. I think that's really going to set him apart, because everybody else, especially in the healing side, is directed attacks. Like, I'm gonna shoot that person for 5 hits.
Sure.
So maybe that's what really is gonna make Jeff stand out as being able to just say, hey, even if I can't do anything, I'm just gonna have a wall of heals. You know, kind of like you said, if it's not wasted and it lasts the whole round. So the only thing that's gonna have an issue with is you can do that, but technically it still only works on your turn. So again, if no one's been damaged yet, it's a good preemptive. But if you hold the cone and no one's gotten hurt, and the next initiative someone gets hurt, it's not like you're gonna then do the heals, right? Like, it's not like it's just gonna be spraying the whole round.
Interesting.
So that's the
What
other
about...
aspect is it's not like you can just put it down and say till the end of the round anybody that goes in it's gonna die, because you don't have that much ammo to just spray that zone.
Theoretically, you do.
For that whole
in the game, you do. But like, so the question would be, could you do something like Doctor Strange with his shield up, like hold it until the start of your next turn or something like that?
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
or would that are you're saying that's too?
That's what I don't know if that would justify with Jeff, is basically being able to say, like, for this entire turn I'm just going to be non-stop spraying this zone. Now granted, you could say that I'm like holding the zone so I'm not spraying unless someone's in it.
Mm-hmm.
That might work for Jeff. It's just one of those we have to be very careful with the idea of how many people get this opportunity. But I mean, if it's kind of just a zone hold.
What about limiting to a certain number of initiatives after Jeff? Like maybe like 3 initiatives after Jeff. Anybody that goes into it gets hit. After that, he's got to reload.
Ammo kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's the only thing is, like, I just don't want to have a situation where we're like, well, why does Jeff get to hit anybody that after the fact, but everybody else has to choose a target beforehand, right? It's just making sure that...
Yes.
I know, but we just have to make sure that... Because I also don't want Jeff being the guaranteed go-to healer every game. I don't want him just being like, no, you have to have Jeff, otherwise you can't play.
But then you got Loki's movement.
Yeah.
And his clones, man. Like, I think you're right. Like, everybody has a standout feature. They have something that makes them worth picking depending upon what you're doing.
And this is the hard part, is I can see why Jeff could be OP, but on the grand scheme of things, without testing every character yet, it's going to be really hard to know if Jeff is actually OP, or is he just OP in this one situation we're talking about because my characters can't deal with that. So,
okay. No, I'm here for it.
I mean, I see why fucking video games alone take so fucking long. Just because, just imagine what we're doing. We have 40 characters, and to truly playtest it, we would need to run every character against each other, and then multiple versions of different combos of party members. Like,
but even like the actual games, like, they didn't come up with Jeff's current build out the gate. Like, he's been continually propagated like over the entirety of the past like 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah, so we're not gonna have it perfect. It's just, it's like but it's crazy how many things there are to think about like that, where you're like, okay, that's not gonna be that bad, but then you're like, but wait, now let's look at every other character combo.
And just like Soul's talking about, there are people out here that are doing these reviews, that are playing these games, and they're all critiquing NetEase about how they're doing their stuff, and they're like, oh, you guys should totally do this, or oh, I can't believe you gave this. Like, everyone's got something to say, obviously, but like, yes, hindsight's 2020, but at the same time, you might be thinking that, but at the same time, somebody else might be thinking something completely different. So
I do like watching those like major tournaments where it's like $100,000 on the line, and regular people are like, man, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm like, you go and join the 100. Oh, you can't. You're not even good enough to qualify for that tournament. Shut up. I love when people try to tell, like, they just try to act like, oh man, you know, this guy, he should have done that. Like, really? Should he have? Did you see the whole situation like this pro did? Like, it's easy to call someone out for a mistake after they made it. But tell me you knew.
Here's the deal. Even if you're right about whatever it is that you're saying, being the person in that situation while it's happening, how easy is it for you to make every perfect choice every single time? Like, it's not.
And how easy is it to know what you should have done? But the thing is, all those people who say, well, this is what he should have done, you didn't call that 5 seconds before he did it. No one's sitting there going, oh, he should go here or he's going to die. Fucking called it. No, it's after he goes around the corner and then they die. I go, I shouldn't have gone around that corner. No shit, Sherlock. Really? I shouldn't have gone around the corner where I died? Did you say that 30 seconds ago and say if he goes out this corner he's gonna die? No, you didn't. You saw him die and go, well, I wouldn't have gone out that corner. Yes,
Sure.
you would have.
Now,
If you were him, yes, you would have.
I will say I do enjoy watching some streamers that are, I won't call them professionals, but like they are very knowledgeable about the game, and like they spend their time like getting really good at knowing the game, and so they will do exactly that. They will be like, this dude's about to die. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. I hear this person walking around the corner.
And see, that's fine. When you're breaking it down like that
Yes.
and being like, see, if, because I love those guys usually are like, see, so
They're like
here's a
pause the
great
replay.
and then like, here's a great opportunity for you. When this happens, you should do this instead. Then they continue and don't. But no, it's the people who are like, yeah, you just suck. You didn't see that coming, but like you didn't either. Shut up. Like you only saw it because you saw it in the replay.
Yep.
Like
Wild.
so dumb, so dumb. But it's fine. But like I said, I'm super excited. I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of shit for some of the things that we've done. But overall, like this is gonna be great. This is gonna be so much fun. I'm just trying to think of how much more. Like I've gotten so much benefit from this. I'm just trying to think of like how much more can we get from this, or do we still need to work this out more?
So
like,
I would like to, if you're okay with it,
Yeah.
do one more full round.
okay, because that was
Right.
the end of the 6. So the
So we've
it went
theoretically
again.
done 2 rounds of combat
Yeah.
so far.
2 rounds so far.
So I'd like to do one more round. Again, because we were talking about how long it takes to go from one end to the other, right?
Yeah.
I depending on if I'm able to even get on the point to like contest it or
Okay,
whatever.
yeah. Let's see. Like, let's get at least a contested moment.
Yeah.
Here. Okay.
You know,
So next round. Okay. So quickly figure out what your character.
was that the last of the round after Hawkeye?
That was it. That was
Hawkeye
the
was the
full
end?
6,
Okay.
and then the point moved again. So I will get the initiative figured out, and then.
All right, let me.
Okay. So that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. And I guess that's gonna happen. Okay, I know what I'm doing.
Theoretically, Strange's shield took no damage.
Correct. It has not taken damage yet.
Cool. Um. Is casting Strange's portal instant for us?
It goes 30 feet per round. So depending on how far you want it to go, will depend on how long it takes. So if you want it to go across the whole map, you can move it 30 feet per round until it activates. So if you want it to go 90
So
feet,
it won't appear until it gets to its destination.
correct. So if you want it to be 90 feet away, it won't appear for 3 rounds. And no, we could change. We might have to change that distance, but that was the idea. Is the
okay.
further away you wanted it, the longer you had to hold it, because that's what he does. You
Sure,
actually
sure.
like travel the map, but faster than you normally would. So we could easily pump that up to like 45, 60
Right.
feet per round. But I like the idea that the further you want it to go, the longer you have to wait. So
I do like that.
I think 60 might actually be better, because 30 feet per round seems super slow. That's like barely what you can run.
Yeah,
And I think the portal goes faster than Strange.
very much so.
So maybe
I think the portal goes faster than any character can move.
so 90. Should we just do 90 feet per round? So you can go up to 90, and if you want further than that, it has to be the next round. Because I mean, 90 feet's probably more than enough for most situations.
Yes, but I think no matter what, it shouldn't open on the same round you cast it. I know that sounds weird, but like it takes time for that thing to get created. So I think no matter what, it should activate at like the start of your next turn at minimum.
Okay. Alternatively,
Good.
what if it's you activate it, it won't activate until the start of the next turn, right? So it's 1 round for the first 90 feet. And then what if it's 1 initiative for every 10 feet after? So you are on initiative 1.
Sure.
You activate it 90 feet away, it won't be open until initiative 1 of next round. But let's say you wanted to go to 100 feet. It won't open up until initiative 2 of next round. 120 feet, initiative 3 of next round. So you can push it further, but it will just take an extra initiative every single push.
I see what you're saying.
I don't know if that makes more sense to do it.
I think it kind of does, instead of doing it at the start of his turn, especially because his initiative can shift.
Yes.
And so it wouldn't necessarily work. It should be yeah. I think I was thinking no matter what, it should minimum start at the beginning of the next round, but like if you're the last initiative and you cast your portal, then it's basically just instantly opening.
Yeah, it should be. So, it should be the full. I meant like the next round is in the next full round. So if you're on initiative 6, it won't pop till initiative 6 of the next round.
Got it. Okay.
But again, every 10 feet beyond 90.
But so the hard part about that is, so if it doesn't pop till initiative 6 of the next round, and my initiative is initiative 3, do I get to move around and do stuff, or am I stuck?
That's true.
And
because normally you are in control of it, so your character's
he's out, and that was the thing that I was saying about it starting on the start of your next turn is until the start of your next turn you can be interrupted. Your cooldown will still start, but your portal won't open, because plenty of people have had like Spider-Man like pull them while they're in the middle of trying to cast their portal and got their portal canceled.
So
just like
it would have to be something like that, where it's like 90 feet and one full round, plus 1 initiative, and it also just, I guess, it would be hard to program it adding to your initiative. Like, so let's say you're on initiative 3 and you cast the portal, and let's say the next round you're on initiative 1. How would we program it that you technically have to have a +2 to your initiative because you have to wait till bare minimum initiative 3? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you're on initiative 4, then you still have to wait initiative till after. That's.
I could see a world where you program it to say you postpone your initiative. If your initiative is earlier, you postpone it until your matched initiative, and if it's later, it just goes off on that exact initiative.
I think. Okay, hold on. There are 6 initiatives, right? I say that it can go 120 feet, and it takes 1 initiative every 20 feet. So if you cast it this round on initiative 3, it will take 1 initiative count for every. It will take 6. So in 6 initiatives, so basically back to initiative 3 on the next turn, it will have gone 120 feet, up to 120 feet. But if you only want to go to 100, it would be initiative 2 of the next round.
The same question would occur if your initiative occurs before it would go off. Do you get to do anything? Now, to a certain extent, I'm not mad at the answer to that being no.
You shouldn't. I'm thinking of how that mechanically works, right? Because essentially the idea is that you say, I want to move my portal to here. That's my only action in this initiative. Everyone else goes, the screen pops back up. I want to move, but technically I'm not able to.
I would say,
like, that's how do we program?
Because you could have a little pop-up saying, you are portaling. Do you want to cancel? Because at any point in time, you can cancel. Theoretically, any point in time, you can cancel, and you can look around the battlefield while you're in there. That's one of the huge things that people will do. They'll just spy on the other team.
Yeah.
So as they're running out of their...
Really, like, that won't be a use that will work.
Exactly. But like you could just say that, like, when it becomes your turn again, it asks you, do you want to continue portaling or do you want to cancel? And if you cancel, it opens up your regular screen and lets you do whatever you want to do. But if you say no, then you sit there and you do nothing until your portal pops off. And then you got to wait for your next turn. And by that time, you should know exactly how many turns are left before your portal actually opens, and whether it's going to be worth it for you to open that portal.
Let's see. So I'm on. Let's say it's initiative 3. Pop it. And go up to 120 feet, which I think makes the most sense.
Getting you back to initiative 3 again.
Well, just in general, I can pop it anywhere on, like, basically, yeah, I can pop it within 120 feet.
Where? Oh, there it is. Once every 3 rounds.
So, pop it. You're going to basically not do anything for the rest of this turn. At first, the round it wouldn't be as bad as it was at the last of the round. So, you pop it. You say where it's going to go. It's going to take at bare minimum until that one. You know, this might be a little min-maxing. This might be one of those blind spots that could open up a whole can of worms. But like you said, the ability to control the portal is very useful for multiple different reasons. What if we just simply said that when activating this ability, you are locked into the same initiative the next round? So if you're on initiative 3, your portal doesn't pop till initiative 3 next round, which means you can't go until initiative 4 next round. So you're just basically locked till after your portal activates, and then you take the initiative next. Or we could just say, when you roll initiative, where you know, whenever you put on all your stuff and you say submit, even if your first initiative, let's say you were originally initiative 3, let's just say that it has to add that many to your initiative number. So if you're initiative 1, or it would add it. So if you're initiative 1, you add 3, which means portal goes off in 3, now you're initiative 4. Kind of thing, right? Like, just
Like,
you know,
if I'm initiative 3
and you
I say
activate
I'm
the portal.
portaling, that's literally all I'm doing. I'm
That
not
whole round
moving, I'm not
until
doing
initiative
anything
3
else.
bare minimum.
So I wouldn't be able to move first and then portal. I have to say I'm portaling.
Or, I mean, you can move and then portal as long as, but once you begin portaling on that turn, you can't do anything until that initiative next turn, because that's how long it's going to take for you to activate your portal. So if you're on initiative 3, you move and then you start your portal. At initiative 3 is when your portal will go off next round, which means you then begin your next turn at initiative 4, guaranteed. Always. You will always start the next initiative on the next turn.
Does that mean that you said it goes 20 feet per initiative? So if I only want to
ignore that.
Okay.
It's just this way it would be.
This would replace that.
This is just in general, whenever you use your portal, the portal will take until that initiative on the next round. So if you're initiative 2, it will take until initiative 2 next round, which means you will either then roll with a -2 on your initiative. So, you know, whatever.
Sure.
But there's no roll, right? It's more of a, you're just going to be put initiative. So,
because I could totally see people portaling for the express purpose of, I want to be first next round, or I want to be last next round, or whatever. It's like, hey, I really like the initiative that I'm in this round. I want to make sure I'm in the same initiative or close to it next round.
Yeah. But again, you can only do this once every 3 rounds. So really adjusting your ability once.
So,
or what you just in your
is that how often you can portal?
I think so. Is that what it is?
So I will say in the game, the portal is one of the longest cooldowns. It is a 3-minute cooldown.
This is once every 4 rounds. We have it as once every 4 rounds because it was. Doctor Strange portal. Yeah, once every 4 rounds.
I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't be mad at once every 6 rounds.
I mean, bro, we haven't even made it 2 rounds yet. Like, but to be fair, I really don't think the portal will be. Now, and again, the portal is more useful when you have a whole team together, when it's a 3v3.
And I'm thinking of that
again, the only reason I'm saying that is because of how the game works. So it's gonna be very different here.
Exactly.
It's like how useful it, and the reason why it takes that long is because of how useful it is in the game.
And which is why I don't think I'm not worried, because
Sure.
that's what I'm trying to think of. Like, if you want to go a certain distance, should it always? Because that's the biggest question. Should it always take the same amount of time for your character, or should it matter how far you're going? Right?
I think for what we're doing, standardizing things.
Because I mean,
It's a little bit easier.
if you can go up to, because like, let's face it, no one's gonna pop at 20 feet from you. So going 20 feet per initiative is only a way to calculate time. But realistically, it doesn't matter if you're going 90 feet, 60 feet, or 120 feet. If that's all you're doing this round after a movement, because it's a second, well, it's a secondary action. So realistically speaking, you could move, attack, and then do this, right? So it's not the only thing you can do.
Sure.
It's just that once you activate it,
I will say this does end your turn.
yes, it will end your turn, and you can't take action until the initiative after it pops off, which is...
But I mean, theoretically, the way you're selecting things, you could just do whatever else it is that you selected, and then you start your portal type deal. But
Exactly.
it will mean you can't move in one turn,
Correct.
right?
Correct. Portal has to be the last thing you do.
Yeah. I don't mind that. I don't mind.
I mean, the only reason why I was saying like 20 feet per initiative is because, like, again, if you say I want to use my portal and the map lights up, here's the 120 feet radius, and you put it 90 feet away, it'll just calculate, 20, 40, 60, 80, and go 4 rounds, and then it'll just say your portal will activate on this initiative. And then if that's in the next round, you still have to put in all of your stuff, and you may be initiative 1, like you may have been the fastest, but it's still going to push your initiative to after the portal, or it's going to count after the portal. Like if you're on initiative 3 when your portal activates, but during that time frame you were the last person to input, then you're still going to be last in initiative.
I do think your earlier idea of just blocking in their initiative.
Just if you're on initiative 3 and you
then
activate
you don't
your
have to
portal,
worry
then you're
about-
always going to go on initiative 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so when activating portal, your next initiative. Well, the only downside to that is that just means that on the next turn I can be the slowest person but still not be the last person going, right? That's where it just gets
Could
a
you
little
say
bit
at
difficult.
least initiative 4? So like if you
Well,
want anything,
and that's what I was saying. Is like let's say if you're on initiative 3 and you activate your portal and then the next round happens and you're the first person to put it in,
Mhm.
the game still knows you can't act till initiative 4. But if you are naturally initiative 5 or 6, that's just what's going to happen.
So if you're the first person to put your stuff in, 1, 2, or 2, 3, and 4 that put their stuff in just after you will all go before you.
Yes, because you will be forced into the minimum initiative 4 after your portal. But if you're naturally 6,
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, if that's easy enough to program in, then yeah.
I think that would be the easiest. It's just saying if the portal was activated last round, the character cannot be put in initiative before the portal activates,
Before the portal would open.
but they can be put in initiative after natural.
Sure.
And that should be easy to program. Is basically if button is pushed, next round negative that initiative or add that initiative to their base, right? Like it shouldn't be that difficult if everyone's coming in on time, but you just say, hey, this person can't come in before this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. I think that it'll be a simple statement like whenever all the things end up coming in, you're going to get a value, and that value is going to be your initiative order, right?
Yeah.
And it'll just be a simple if statement that says if the value is greater than this or less than this, make it this. If not, leave it alone.
Yeah.
Like that's really all it's going to end up being. So
Yeah.
that should be simple.
Or even just a logic statement of, if portal used, then initiative cannot be less than.
Greater than whatever this number is.
Yeah. So if it is, push it, and if it isn't, allow it.
I think the only thing is going to be making sure everyone else shifts, because
in the correct order.
because yeah. If,
Well, and realistically, no one else would have to shift. So even if you were the first person in, and then you had a 2, 3, and 4, you would just be shifted to 4, and then no one would be first. There just would be no first initiative. so we go immediately to initiative 2. It would just be like someone, because again, not everybody will technically be initiative 1. It's the order in which it comes in, so technically there'll always be 6 initiatives.
Sure.
Again, we're not rolling it, but realistically speaking, we could just shift them over and things happen simultaneous. And I think for the game purposes, we don't need to fear that too much.
Cool.
Because I really will be curious to see how much of an issue it would be to do things quote unquote simultaneously. But again, I think like our line of sight discussion, I think we're not going to be able to worry too much about simultaneity. Again, like if 2 people are going at the same time, it doesn't matter if you technically moved off the screen or like I think we're going to have loose enough boundaries on things like that to where, hey, you moved around the corner, but they still got their shot off.
Sure.
Like there's got to be a little bit of margin where we can't just say, well, I moved 1 square, I'm out of his sight.
So like, you can't touch me.
Like, that's not quite how the game. I mean, it is how the game works, but not.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is different. It's fun. It's fun, but it's difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, but I do like that. I like this idea. Let me make this note. So, strange portal. Full inish count. Till so basically like from 3 to 3, and then you have to wait to the next one. So full inish count plus 1. Oh, next turn. I think that's going to make the portal feel better too. Especially because can you imagine team gets lucky, does a team wipe, and then you all get sent back and Strange is like, we're good. And then just the next round, you're right back there on point. All 3 of you are just ready to fucking go. Like, there is going to be some benefit to that. Because, I mean, that's exactly what it's used for. But in this, I think it's going to be used for those clutch moments when you get a team kill. And you're just like, nah, fuck it. Let's go. We have to decide how long the portal's going to last. Because let's say you do get a team wipe. And let's say we have the situation. I team wiped you. You immediately go back to the thing and we move. Your turn happens. Strange says, don't worry, I'm going to put a portal, 10 feet in front of them. So, you predict how far I can move and then you put the portal out there. You and Hawkeye, or you and Jeff jump through the portal to get on the point and stop it. But Hawkeye could just stay in spawn and shoot through the portal as long as it's open. So we have to decide how long does the portal get to be open, because can you imagine Hawkeye just sits in spawn,
Dude,
does it through headshots,
I've done that as Punisher,
and then jumps through, so doesn't jump into the fray yet, sees if he can get his headshot, like...
I will set up my turret out on the other side of the portal and just shoot in there.
We'll have to consider how long the portal can last, though.
I think...
Like, to the end of that round? Or for a number of initiatives. So again, if it's the initiative 6, like if it only lasts for 4 initiatives, that means that, well, no, because your team has to know, like if you're going to pop it, your team has to at least have the next round to be able to utilize.
I think at least 2 rounds, if not 3. Like I'm not.
So it takes a round to place it. Once opened, 1, 2.
Yes.
So if you
1 full round,
cast it on initiative 3, on round 3. Round 4, initiative 3, it pops open. Round 3, initiative 6, it'll close. So you get a round 4 and round 5.
Sure.
And then at the round 6, it'll close. Okay. I could see that.
Yep.
So, plus next turn lasts 2 rounds after open. That would make it more strategic for a character to literally spend an entire round in spawn and then still be able to utilize it. To their benefit. It's not one way, but can the enemies use it? Okay, it is. So it is 2-way.
And theoretically, it kind of works as a wall too.
Oh, from one direction.
Because if you're looking at the map and you see where the portal is placed, you can't shoot on the other side of it.
Oh, you can go through it. Right. And
yes.
Both directions,
both
too.
Directions.
So technically, yes, you can actually place the portal in between 2 people as defense. Yeah.
There was a scene that I saw. I don't know if you remember this one map, but there's like a short little tunnel.
there's a short little tunnel in this one map right next to a giant door, and somehow Doctor Strange trapped 3 people in this tiny little portal in a never-ending loop. He put one at the beginning of the tunnel and one at the end of the tunnel, so and they're just sitting there going back. It was the wildest thing.
That's
I was like,
hilarious.
that's so impressive. Like, that takes some like strange skill to set up both of those things and get.
It doesn't last very long, but it would be annoying as fuck.
Yeah, you know. Oh, it's so wild. And you've like a portal locked people in their spawn before, where you just put the portal in front of both doors and people can't get out.
Oh, jeez.
It's so mean. It's so mean.
I would do it though. Okay, let's see if we can get a couple more rounds here. So I like what we have to be working on. Okay, so
I know what I'm gonna do.
Okay, cool.
For my people.
Initiatives then. First initiative is Hawkeye.
First initiative is Hawkeye. All right. He doesn't get his leap back for at least one more round. So he is going to move his full speed
Up by the well.
up by the well, and he's going to rinse and repeat. He's going to do the same thing.
Who's he attacking? He has line of sight. Oh, wait, hold on.
Unless the well is big and in my way.
No, the well is just a marker.
Okay.
No. Fuck.
Weird.
I just wanted to line you. Hey, what happened to my line? I was using that before to make just a straight line.
Yeah, you were. Where did it go?
Whoa. Oh, you know what? I think it's because I just need to tap once. That's right. So, yeah, again, we'll just say that line of sight's good for Torch.
Yeah.
We'll say Loki is safe, but Torch is not.
Loki's safe?
Technically for line of sight, because Loki's here, and technically you can see.
Well, that's my port. That's Strange's portal. I can see through that and I can shoot through that.
Oh, it's a shield. That's right. That's a shield.
It's
That's
a
up the
shield.
wall.
Yeah,
That's right. Okay, yeah, never mind. Okay, so yeah, you have line of sight on everybody.
But I am going for Torch.
So just for Torch. Okay, cool. So 2 rolls against Torch. You need to roll at least an 18. An 11 and a 4. Both shots miss.
That's what you get. That's what I get.
Okay, so nothing else from Hawk?
Nope.
All right, next will be the Human Torch. He is going to place another one of these bitches. Oh, no. Hang on here. No. Fine. I'll just get another one of these bitches. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Can I? Hello?
All the things.
What happened?
What the fuck?
Is this telling us that we're done tonight?
So rude. And just before we hit the 4-hour mark, too, man.
Okay. Let's see here. So give me another red one. So I'm gonna put that one. Yeah, bam, right there. Which means I am going to use my secondary, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to go 1, 2.
Does it only do right angles?
It's acting like it, huh? It's just so not great.
It's an experience.
Nothing fucking like I don't get a bunch of I don't get like hardly anything for free in this, so
Yeah, rude.
I'm trying to find.
Let's just do it in paint. Let's just do it in paint.
I swear, dude. Oh, there we are. Boom. There we go.
Oh, that's cool.
Whoa. What? What? absolute fuck?
Oh, it's like a paintbrush. It's hella weird.
How do I change the oh, there we go.
Saturation.
So, fire, fire, fire. So those we're gonna, oh, nice, perfect. So I'm gonna activate those. That increases everything. So now I technically have 2 more rounds because they were on the last round, but by activating the third one, it adds.
It resets them all.
It resets them. So I have 2 rounds acting as that. So now that I've activated that, normally if you get near them, which you're not near any of them, luckily, because normally they would do 25 damage if you start within 5 feet, but none of your characters started within 5 feet of it because you're technically 10 feet away. So you're like,
But I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're inside of it, you take damage regardless.
That was just the ball. So now that I've done the pyro prison, when 2 or more blasts are linked, 25 damage crossing the line, 50 damage when starting within 5 feet. If 3 are linked, an additional 50 damage if starting inside the prison. And the pyro prison lasts 2 rounds. So now that I've activated the pyro prison, Doctor Strange will take 20 or 50 damage when he starts his turn.
Okay.
So that's it. You will take a flat 50 when you start your turn.
Okay.
But you were too far away from it to
take the initial damage when you dropped it.
Because pyro prison and 2 more blasts.
I mean, you could have dropped it like right on my butt if you wanted to, and then turned it on for a little extra damage stacking.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I probably could have done that, huh? I wasn't really thinking about that, but
I mean, you have a bigger area now. If you do that, you're basically just making your area smaller. So it depends on whether you want more,
but to be fair,
area control.
To be fair, yes, that would have been the smarter option, is to go after you. But again, I was assuming that your characters were all going to be grouping up. So my original, again, I have to go with what I originally thought was I want to cover the biggest area, not hone in on the biggest target. Because even though, yes, I could have done damage to you, I'm now covering all of your characters coming in.
Yes.
So that would have happened anyway. So that's what I wanted to do. So you will start with 50 damage on your turn, but that is torch because I'm not leaving the point. That was Blazing Blast and Pyro Prison, which was basically my free action and my secondary. And I technically could do. Oh, I could do that. Yes, that. No, I won't because I didn't choose to do that. I forgot to choose to do that. Again, I have to play like I had entered it. I was gonna say, well, in that particular case, I should just use my Flaming Meteor on you.
Oh yeah.
But I did not. I can't because I did not already choose that, so I can't min-max it after the fact. Okay, so that was Human Torch. That's the end of round 2. So
round 2, what?
Or the second
initiative 2. Okay.
Initiative 2, which means that we're now yeah. So
this is interesting.
So now we're in here, and the next initiative is Groot. It'll be Groot, and then Doctor Strange, and then Loki and Jeff will go last. Technically simultaneously, but again, we'll just.
So, if I choose a space that I want to move that is now occupied, like by the cart, like something that I can't move.
Right.
You know,
like you were gonna go there, or like during your initiative, you said I'm gonna have. I mean, technically, you would be on the cart, like you could hop on the cart. So in that case, we would do our best to say you're gonna take up the most opportune space. Like if you were gonna go right here, and then all my characters stood right here, you would go like one in front of them.
Now,
but like the cart, you could stand on the cart.
In order for me to contest the cart, all I have to do is be adjacent to it. I don't have to be on it.
Both, yeah. Either one will work.
So I'm not quite adjacent yet. But
no, but once we move once more, you would technically stop us at tracks. Cool. So standing there is technically a valid defense because you know we're going to run into you.
I mean, yeah, but I'm in the fire.
Sure. Okay, so Groot's turn. We're gonna Groot already took his turn. I did not play again. This is where this is gonna be really fun.
Groot took his turn?
No, I'm about to, but this is where this game gets really fun. We're trying to deal with both 3 people each, on top of also testing the game. I completely overlooked the whole aspect of planning where we were going to be, the fact that I was continuing to control the card.
To move, yeah.
So I'm just thinking like, oh, Groot's going to put up another wall. Not realizing I'm literally, I could just literally be slapping the shit out of you right now. But all I decided to do, and again, I have to assume that that's what I did, all I did was put up a wall. So I'm just like, that kind of sucks that I'm basically going to miss out on a great opportunity to just wail on you that I wasn't thinking. But again, when you're only playing one character, it's going to be a lot easier to see what the players did, where everyone else, like, you can spend so much more time going, where are you going to go? I want to kill you. You're probably going to do this. But I can't, because I'm just like, I love how the tactics of this are going to work. It's going to be so much fun. Because there are going to be times where people are going to be like, man, why did I put down a, why did I just decide to do that? I could have, it's always going to be hindsight's a bitch in this game. So we're just going to say, I'm just going to move that wall, because that wall is probably gone by now.
I would say the cart might have destroyed that.
Or yeah, even better. Even better.
Question. Would the damage I take be dealt to the shield first or me? I feel like it would be dealt to me.
You mean the fire damage?
Yes.
That will be dealt directly to you simply because that's not a projectile.
Meaning the shield does not take damage.
Correct. The shield will take no damage. The shield is still 100%.
Cool.
Yeah, nothing has touched your shield at this point.
Cool.
Okay, so Groot put up another wall, and the other one destroyed. So his wall was originally going to go after Jeff, or focus to protect against Jeff.
Sure.
So that's where that wall went. And I was too dumb to even consider doing my Vine Strike at 30-foot range or my Spore Bomb at 45-foot range. Yeah, I had plenty of opportunities, and I just said, I'm going to put up a wall.
I mean, listen, that's what Groot's about. He's about walls, man.
But it's annoying because I had a perfect opportunity to attack, and I didn't. Okay, so that's Groot's turn. Strange, 50 damage, and your turn.
All right, so...
I know that 50 damage to that 600, you're hurting now.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm about
the first damage we've dealt all game.
It is. It really is. Like, I've tried.
3 rounds
I freaking
in.
tried, but... So, this was 100% my plan from the beginning. I'm keeping my shield up. I'm going to strafe. I'm going to grab that bubble, and then I'm going to go stand directly in front of the cart, keeping my shield up. That's the whole thing he's going to do.
Okay, so you took 50.
I took 50.
To get the bubble, you will take another 25, because that technically crosses the line, because the bubble's in the line. So
I would become adjacent to the line. I wouldn't cross it, right? Because I'm still inside the thing. All I have to do is touch the bubble, right?
Yeah, but technically the bubble and the line are like the bubble and the line technically are on each other. So you would effectively hit both at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would be adjacent to the line, so I would take the line damage.
Yeah, which is 25.
Sure.
But the bubble is 30. So you're gonna gain 5 health. That's all you're gonna get 5 fucking health back. And then you're gonna move.
And I'm gonna stay in there, right. So I'm gonna take 50 damage when I start my turn in there next time.
Yes, but
unless the cart pushes me, which could happen. Wait, no, it won't.
No,
it won't, because I'm contesting the cart, so the cart's not gonna move anymore.
Yeah, so we're gonna put you right there just for the sake of ease. But remember that you don't take damage. You only take damage officially crossing the line. So in this particular case, you won't take damage because you're still 10 feet from the bubble, and you're not crossing the line.
Oh, you can get rid of that bubble now if you want.
Which bubble?
The one I picked up.
Oh yeah, that bubble. Okay, so you gained 5 HP, which is hilarious. You lost 25.
Well, I want to do the whole thing. So I lost 25. I
gained 30.
And then I gained 30.
And then that's the end of round 4 or initiative 4, which the cart would move but can't because you're in the way. So the cart's gonna stay.
Good.
Because we're not gonna bother with. There's 3 of me. There's 1 of you.
Sure.
Let's just deal with it.
And to be honest, that's how it works in the real game.
Yeah,
if one person contests it, don't move.
Exactly. So we're not gonna bother with that. Okay, so that's initiative 4, and then we'll let Jeff go in initiative 5, and then Loki will go in initiative 6.
Where'd Bruce Wall go? Did it die?
Oh no. Where did it go? Whoa. Weird. It was there.
Yeah, it totally was there.
That's weird. Okay, it's just supposed to be because it was one of the smaller walls. Okay, so yeah, it is Jeff's turn.
So bonus hide and seek. Movement. I'm gonna skirt. Well, see, here's the deal. I didn't know the thing was gonna be there, so theoretically I wouldn't be skirting. But what I would be doing is moving up towards the well a little bit, so
Gotcha.
that. And I was gonna do another healing blast. I was gonna do another cone at the cart. And if I had to pick targets, I would pick all four.
Okay, were
My
you trying
ally
to be
and the three
close?
enemies.
Were you planning on being right next to the wall?
Not adjacent to it, but like halfway between.
Like right there?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, so technically, I mean, they're, technically we're assuming it's always the shortest distance, and there really wouldn't have been a reason for you to cross that, like, line, technically. Even if you didn't know it was there, it's not really the path you would have taken. So, again, there'll be some weirdness here, and maybe we'll have to actually, like, show the path you're going to take so everyone knows.
You're literally selecting the things you're going through so that everything else you can recognize.
So that's probably what's going to end up happening with that. But okay, so we'll say I don't think you technically take damage because you didn't cross the line.
And then I'm going to use my free to pop back up and my action to shoot my hose.
Okay. And so you're going to be aiming at the cart.
I'm aiming at the cart, so I'm selecting 4 targets. My ally and the 3 enemies that are directly on top of the cart.
Gotcha. And then so we are going to do... okay, so, and then we're doing the new rule where everybody in your cone, but at the reduce. So let's start with the heals.
Okay.
So, Strange. What's Strange's AC? Should be.
It should be the base AC. It's base AC.
Because he's not big.
He's not big, yeah.
Okay. So, base AC is 12. So 3 of your attacks hit him. So he heals for 75. And then, let's see here. You're going to attack each of my 3. So
I got to figure out a way that I can't overheal.
Oh.
Just in my calculations. Like,
Yeah.
so let's technically have 630 health. I don't have 630 health. I have 600.
Yeah. So, I mean, there should be like equal max. And you should be able to max out the symbol.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so going just down the line, Loki, Groot, then Human Torch. So
Sure.
Loki has an AC of 12.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4 hits. So that's 40 damage to Loki.
Okay.
And Groot is an 11. That's 1, 2, 3 against. So that's 30 against Groot. And an AC of 13 against Human Torch, and 1 hits for none hit. So he rolled a 12 as the highest. So he barely slipped away.
What the fuck? Human Torch, what are you so froggy for out here?
I mean, to be fair, that's actually so. Okay, so
listen, you know how many shots have been thrown at the Human Torch, and you know how many things have hit the Human Torch? Absolutely, this is what the problem with fucking flyers, man.
So
even in this game, it pisses. Whatever.
I'm glad though. So I'm glad that we're not. So this is good. This is perfect. This is why we do the alpha test, because I knew we weren't going to get through it all. But these are the moments that I'm looking for. How did that feel? So you did a total of 4, 7. You did 70 damage total across 2 individuals. Not a great deal of damage, but for the fact that you got 4 targets out, you got to heal and do damage.
I will say this: that what occurred felt right.
That felt better than just saying
very
I'm
much
going to
so.
do 2, 1, 1.
It felt right. I didn't do massive amounts of damage to these people.
But
it's
you
a
did
little
get
bit about
everybody.
I got everybody. I'm touched. Well, not everybody. Freaking Torch.
So do you think that if you would have gotten all 5 hits on any one of my characters, is 50 feel good? Just like 50 damage feel enough that you...
That's all 5 hits?
That would have been all 5 hits. Because the other option would be we could knock that up to 15. Or,
What would 15 make 5 hits? Is that 75?
Right, hold on. Right now, yeah, it's 10 damage.
It is
So
75.
yeah, it would be 75 damage instead of the 50 had you hit me all 5 times. But now think about that. 75, it would only take you basically 3 rounds. It would take you 3 rounds at max hit, or just over 3 rounds at hitting max to take down the lowest marked character.
I feel like that sounds right.
But it would take longer, as it would take 5 rounds directly hitting someone to take them down with the current rate. Is that too long? 5 straight rounds of just perfect hits.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do.
Yeah, especially if they're all perfect hits. 5 rounds seems like a long time.
I think the 25 heals was good. I think 15 damage is better.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, so let me have to do this on both pages so I have it all, and I'll send you the update. Yeah. Okay. So 25 heal, 15 damage, which would turn that into and this into. Okay, so you did 60 damage to Loki and 45 damage to Groot, and 75 heals to your own.
Still 75.
And that was just one attack. That wasn't even any of your secondary. Well, I mean, you
I used them already, but
Right,
yeah,
right.
that was just the one attack. Yeah.
and think about that. That could have been 75 heals to 2 of your allies, to both of your allies. Like that could have been 75 heals to both allies.
And again, that feels right for Jeff, because like when I'm blowing my hose on these guys,
They
and, like,
should- yeah.
they're like just be hearing all the little, like they're like, it's like you're pouring water in the cup and their health is just filling back up.
And again, that would take you just over 3 straight rounds to damn near fully heal somebody from 0. Like it would take you in 3 rounds, if you hit your allies with all of your attack or all of your heals, they'd get for 3 rounds it would deal 225 heals. So if the average person is 250, in 3 rounds you bring them back up from 25.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
I think that's groovy.
Now that we're actually feeling out
Yeah,
these
yeah,
roles, that's what I wanted to feel, is like, is that how Jeff should work? And I think that feels good for the roles too, is everybody in that cone, blast them, and what trickles, because you can shoot through people, but it's also kind of like if you hit one target, like if you hit and target and they actually take it, like it doesn't go through them, but you kind of like, I think that will feel better for everybody, and it makes Jeff feel super unique.
Sure.
Because his attack's the only one that just literally shotguns everybody.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so that would leave Loki as the launch initiative.
Looks like it.
So Loki was just going to flat out shoot. So this is where things get really interesting. You have a shield up.
Mm-hmm.
My plan was to target Doctor Strange. Now, technically, 2 of my Lokis are in front of the shield and one's behind. Now, we decided that the doppelgangers only add a +10 to the damage of my magic missile, which already does 25. I get 10 per round. And that does heal or damage. That's just, Loki can just fucking spam.
So riddle me that one more time.
So his normal attack does 25 damage or heal.
25 damage
It's
or
a flat
heal.
damage of 25 heal, but he gets 10 per round. But each of his
10 per round. What is that at max? If you max out all 10, what is that?
250 heals, 250 damage. I can basically, if I hit everything, I can max heal someone in 1 round or kill someone in 1 round if I hit every round.
I almost never play with Loki. Does that feel right from what you remember?
I think so, because honestly, like I love it against when I'm on I forget what match it is, but it's the one where like there's a center point, there's a railing all the way around, and then there's stuff behind it where you spawn. I can always set up on one of those railings, and from across the map, like basically into their spawn, if I see someone like an Iron Man, I just pop both my doppelgangers and I can take him out instantly.
I'm thinking more along the lines of healing somebody that quickly.
I think so. I'd have to hit all 10 in a round, and Loki actually is not that easy to aim sometimes. Like I feel like I miss a lot more with Loki when I'm trying to actually decide if I'm going to hit or not hit my my enemy or my ally. So I think that's fine. I think if I were to hit them all 10 times, because that's probably not going to happen. I mean, we've seen how the rolls are going. the idea that I'm going to put out that much healing, I think, is doable with Loki, but I don't think it's likely. And the max I can possibly do is 450 heals. If I have both of my guys and I hit everything, that's the most I can do. And so even against a tank, I can't even bring a tank up to full heals. I can maybe heal a tank half with every perfect shot.
Okay.
I do think that personally feels okay for Loki.
Okay. I'm here for that. I definitely think you should be able to heal faster than Jeff. Period.
Yes, I think that's
because he's got so much AoE. I think other healers should be able to out heal him one-on-one.
Yes.
So I'm not mad at that.
And I think because again, with my personal experience with Loki, it's too easy to miss because the chaos everyone's moving. And while he's not a perfect hit scan, like you can't lead your target, but it's very easy to shoot someone and have them walk out of the way of your missile. Like there's a fraction of a second where it's like, nope, I missed you.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna hit this for, and then
but I will say theoretically in game, his hits have an AoE. So
okay.
like if you hit the ground next to somebody, they'll still, like, I don't know if it's the full amount of damage or the full amount of healing, but
and maybe that's how we can justify the 25 and 10 is because
sure.
The AoE is what's giving you that justification.
When it comes to Strange and right now, and the way I would play what you're talking about, like the clones are just supposed to add 10, I would say any hit from any of the targets does the base damage.
Oh.
Any additional hit adds 10. So meaning right now, if all three of them shot and all three of them hit, only one of them would do damage because only one of them is behind me, right? Mm-hmm. So you would only get the base damage. But theoretically, if two of them were out behind me, you would get the first hit, which is the base damage, and then plus 10.
Okay.
But not the second plus 10 from the other one.
So that's how you want to play.
That's what I'm thinking. That's my initial thought when it comes to how...
Because the only other option is like, again, I'm more thinking about programming than mechanics. Because mechanically, we could dice this up the way we want. We can evenly split it with thirds and just say they all do an equal third of the damage. Mm-hmm. So I roll max damage and then we dice it up that way. The programming will be difficult in a case like this for like the shield. Like if they all did a third, then it's basically acting like three different targets. But if we're accumulating it and it's just the additional line of sight gives me bonus damage, then that is kind of weird because if my main guy is being blocked by your shield, does only the bonus damage hit you? Or so I like your idea, but that is definitely something that we have to consider is like, how do we want to justify? Because
that is fair. And it's also
how many people have something this? Because other than Loki, how many people can summon another, basically how many other people can summon something that could get around a shield? Like, I don't know how many others have something that would shoot for them. So if this is only a Loki issue, it would be easy to solve because we just have to solve it for Loki. But is this something we're going to have to think about in any other scenario? Is there another character that can be blocked by a shield but hit you without it? Without dropping something, like not like Penny Parker who can drop a mine. I'm talking about, is there anyone that can shoot from multiple locations at once outside of Loki? I don't think so. I don't think anybody has the ability like Loki does to shoot you from multiple angles. And if that's the case, it doesn't matter what we choose because it's only going to affect Loki. And if that's
think so. I really don't think so. Like the only thing I can kind of think of is like maybe trying to shoot through a portal or doing something like weird with that, or no, not even that. Not his turret.
Okay, so it's only going to be Loki that has an issue. So you're saying that in this case, because 2 out of the 3 of my Lokis are blocked by a shield, you would take base damage and the shield would take the 2 additional damages. So that's kind of what we're thinking.
Yes.
I don't mind it. Now I'm just trying to think of it like from both sides. Does it feel good that primary Loki is in front of me and I block him? He throws a doppelganger behind me but doesn't teleport, so he's not at risk, but he's getting the benefit of his full load at me.
But I would say one of Loki's key things is his full load is him with his clones. And if you're not getting your clones, then you're not really getting your full load. You're just getting solo Loki healing.
And that's true. And it's still 25 is actually one of the lower tiers. And I think that's why we did that, is because it's one of the lower tiers. Of
I mean, he does have a lot. He's 10.
But but base, it is one of the lowest producing abilities. I mean, because like, you know, Human Torch is 75 and 3 per round. That's his just basic attack. Versus, yeah, Loki is 10 per round, but it's only 25. So, you know, it takes him 3 attacks just to meet one of, you know, Human Torch's.
Right.
So technically, Loki does more damage than Human Torch, just barely.
Just wild.
But again, only just barely, and if he maxes it out. Now that might be it. Maybe that plus 20 and equals that plus 15. Okay, so no, that plus 30. Okay, so right now, if Loki gets all of its hits off, he'd either do 250 or 270. If he had all of his hits off and with and without his doppelgangers. So he can either do 250 by himself or 270 with both doppelgangers. Alternatively, we could drop him to 15 instead of 25.
Wait, why is the difference between without his doppelganger so small?
Because 250, so 25 damage or heals at 10 per round is 250, but each doppelganger... Oh, I'm sorry.
I was about to say, with his doppelgangers, it should be a lot more than 2 something.
No, hold on. 10... Oh, hold on. I forgot 0. And then so that would be 15. Okay. Yes. Okay. Why is math hard right now? It's probably just because it's so late.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're gonna do... Okay. Wait, is it? Yes, that's correct. I guess that,
You know,
oh, wait a second.
I'm not too mad at that.
No, this is supposed to be... Come on.
Come on, brain.
Okay. Is that correct? Is 30 times... Yeah. Okay. So here's our 2 options for Loki. As of right now, without his doppelgangers, he can do a max of 150 or 250.
Okay.
With both doppelgangers, he can do a max of 450.
Okay.
If we nerfed him a bit, we could bring without his doppelgangers to 150, and with both would actually still be 450. So in the first case, he does 25 base and plus 10 for each doppelganger. So that's 250, 450. The other option is we do 15 base and then 15 per doppelganger, which again goes from 150 to 450. So bigger spread, but lesser without his doppelganger. So So again, he's just as strong with his doppelgangers either way, but we nerfed him individually. I like the 450 regardless. I think 450 with his doppelgangers is amazing. I think that's a great amount of heals and a great amount of damage for all three of his doppelgangers being out, or him and his doppelgangers. But do you think that if he is by himself and he got every shot off in a single round, should he do 250 or 150? Should he be able to solo kill?
I think the adjustment makes it feel a little bit better.
The 150, 450?
Yes, especially because he's not meant to be a DPS character, but with his particular, yes.
But by himself, he should not be DPS.
Yes.
So 250,
yes.
Being able to kill someone in one round without his doppelgangers is excessive. So 15 damage or heal, and it will be...
And it'll be more encouragement for people to drop his clones.
Yes. So 15...
So they're like cutting his DPS significantly.
Okay, so let me update the other side. I love doing this kind of stuff. Like,
no,
I don't know if it's just the tingle in the brain or just the fact that we're actually working on this. It's not just a pipe dream. We're actually like making this work. But I love this shit. Like, okay, so 15 damage or heal, 10 per round, and his copy will add 15 per doppelganger to it. Which, again, I think that spread of 150 to 450 is better than 250 to 450. Again, it really makes him rely. He's still a very valid healer, but huge makes him rely on his doppelgangers.
Yeah.
Unless, so here's the only other option. Do we want his base healing to be to be 25 and his base damage to be 15? Like, should they be the same or should they be separate? Because that would mean that he could heal by himself 250 and only damage 150. And then we can still keep the 450 regardless. I don't know how we want it. But that might just be more programming that we don't need. It could just be the same because most of the other people don't do equal damage. Right. He might be the only, I think he's the only healer that does the same,
equal damage,
which I think is why we did that, is to make him stand out. Because I'm pretty sure in game he
right now I like 15 and 15 all around.
Okay, 15 all around it is. Cool.
Subject to change, but right now that's what feels right.
Okay, so with that 15 all around, that does essentially make every one of his doppelgangers a third, which is not bad. So in that particular case, we should be able to easily program that have the program act like every doppelganger its own attacker, so same rules apply. That should be very easy to program.
Yeah.
So in this particular case, I will roll... Oh, wait. So do we... Again, this is more for the background, not for what people would see. Does that mean that it would be programmed that there would be 3 rolls of 10? Or am I rolling just 10?
No.
And then dividing?
It is, you are making one roll for all 3 of their
That's
hits.
what I think, because that's how Loki is. They all basically triangulate.
They all hit the same thing. The only difference is if there is an LOS block for one of your clones, it's just going to hit whatever wall it hits.
Okay, so let me do that. So let me go and do 10, 7, 8.
In fact, I saw this absolutely freaking wild clip where Loki died, and when Loki dies, his clones stay out there. And so he had respawned back in base and was just spinning around and shooting and killed somebody with one of his clones.
Oh, because his clone
was out there and he just happened to kill somebody. So they just left his clone there.
Another thing that I don't know if we'll bother that much. Maybe we can, towards the actual beta build, like the 2.0 build of it, this might be like one of those secret codes that we put in, because not everything will have to be public. I think good secret coding will be, if you miss a target, like in this particular case, I'm going after Strange. Technically, if I hit him, it's going to hit your shield. But if I miss, we should have a thing where if someone has like a shield and you miss them as a target, if you miss by 2 or less, it hits the shield still.
I like
So
that.
like in this case, if I try to go for a strange and I roll a 1, it doesn't hit anything.
Sure.
But if your AC is a 12 and I roll an 11, I probably should at least do damage to your shield because you're there, but your shield is here.
Sure.
If I miss by 1 or 2 AC, I should probably be still hitting the shield.
Honestly, weirdly enough, I think when...
Because I don't mind if it's only like if you only miss by 1 or 2 or 1 or 2 points on the die, that makes total sense that you still hit the shield because you're hitting the general area, you're just missing.
You know how Emma? Do you know much about Emma? She has a shield that she puts out in the world.
Okay.
She's got a shield that like exists out there.
Yeah.
And she can walk away from it.
Yeah.
So similar to Loki's clones and other deployables, that's something you can target. I can target the shield if I want to shoot the shield.
I totally think a shield should be targetable if you want to.
Even his shield should be able to be targeted. And if his shield is targeted, I think it should count as large, meaning its AC is lower.
Okay.
Because it's so big.
That's fine if you... Okay, so I'm okay having shields because you still want to be able to target group shield and all of that. So I get that. Any shield can be considered large and have a -2 to AC out of the base. Or technically maybe wall should have a -2. So they're a base 10 because they're just static. They're not moving. They aren't that big, but I mean, come on. They're just... It's a fucking wall. Like,
yeah.
I think walls are okay to just say they have a base 10 AC.
I feel like any immobile anything should have a base 10 AC.
But anything immobile, basically that means any deployable that's immobile has a base 10 AC. I like that because that means that anybody's deployable.
Yes.
Flat base 10. It's not moving. It's not doing anything, but you're still moving around. It's still chaotic. You're still not going to guarantee that
it's possible to miss. Yes.
Yes. I like that. So let me write that down. All static deployables. AC 10. Okay, so they can all be targeted, but I think that shields specifically, when not targeted, have character AC plus 1 or 2. Like, so if your AC is a 12,
I like to.
if I roll a 10, do I still hit your shield? It's like, so if I go for Doctor Strange, his AC is a 12, but I miss and I roll a 10. Do I still hit his shield, or do I have to roll an 11 to still hit his shield? Because the idea is not so much that I'm trying, it's just that I still feel that if I miss you, your shield shouldn't automatically not take that damage, right? There should be a small barrier where I missed you, but the shield still took damage.
Yes.
So,
and to be fair,
1 or 2...
I agree with this. I also think this should apply to anyone who is standing adjacent to something like a wall or a shield. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like Doctor Strange is holding his shield, so you're targeting him, but you miss by just a little bit, you still hit his shield.
Yeah.
If I am standing right, like adjacent to a group wall, and I miss a Luna by a 1 or a 2.
Oh, any static... Okay, so any wall static shield... Yeah.
If I'm targeting a person that's standing next to a deployable...
Yeah.
That's well, not any deployable, but like a large deployable.
Okay, so shields, large deployables, when not targeted, have a character AC -2. Like the nearby character AC -2. So characters a 12, you can roll as low as a 10 and still hit the deployable.
Yes.
I don't know how we'll plan that into the programming.
I don't feel like it's gonna be too hard, but yeah.
Yeah, basically, if within 2 and missed character, retarget nearby object. If nearby object, hit target. If not nearby object, miss all. And that's not how you write logic, but you know what I'm saying.
I 100% know.
That's the logic that I'm thinking of. Is it's
I don't mind an error of 2.
Yeah, I think that totally works. So then in that particular case, I'm going to just flood all 10 attacks at Doctor Strange. And in that particular case, so what's going to happen is 2 of my 3 are going to hit the shield if I hit them for every time I hit. And then 1's going to do...
So it'll be theoretically 30 damage for every hit to the shield and 15 damage for every hit to Strange.
Yes, because they're 15 each. Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, and Strange is 12, so let's see how many... Okay, so we're gonna say from me first. I'll do my first.
Well, I mean, it's all the same.
How
many hits did you get out of the 10?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 hits.
4 hits. So,
Okay, now how many near misses did you get? None?
Wait, hold on. Wait, your AC was what?
Cool. So you had to get a 10 or 11.
Oh, I hit twice and neared twice. So your shield took 2 damage. So your shield got hit twice, and you got hit.
No, I got hit twice. My shield got hit 4 times. Because if you got 2 near misses and 2 hits.
Yes, 2 hits and 2 near misses.
So 2 hits came from behind me. Made contact. So Doctor Strange took 30 damage.
Yes.
On those same exact 2 hits, my shield took 60 damage because I was getting
guys. Yes.
On both of those hits. Now you got 2 near misses, so it took 60 more damage.
Yes. Okay.
So it took 120 damage to the shield, and Strange took 30.
Yeah. Actually, that feels fine. And how much is your shield?
300.
So I took half your shield.
Almost, but yes.
And still the damage to you.
Yes.
That doesn't feel bad for Loki.
Mm-hmm.
For one round, just one flat, that actually feels not bad.
Let me. I gotta get my shield health up because I totally forgot about that.
Because that could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot better, but that's not bad. Yeah, I like that. I'm okay with that. All right, we'll do one more round. It's getting kind of late. We'll do one full round again, and then we'll see how that works. So that was the end of that initiative.
Okay. 30. So Strange took 30 damage. And shield.
Wow. This is going to be very interesting next round. Okay, so those are all going to end. Those have one more round. So my pyros are going to end this round. Like they'll be up for this next round. So they'll go away.
I just finally got all, and so this was another thing I wanted to mention.
Oh, I haven't even been calculating ults yet. I totally forgot.
I think that might be for another stream.
Oh yeah, well we're not gonna make it because I mean even hit here I have not hit you 5 times. 6 damages, kills. We haven't even done anything to warrant that. But we'll have
which makes me feel like we need to adjust that because I feel like something should have happened by now.
Well,
I feel like we should have been made progress towards ult. I feel like nobody should have 0 ult charge right now.
I don't agree with that just because realistically speaking, nothing's happened in the game. Like we've literally only had 1 round each of a volley.
Yeah, I did have a lot of misses. Okay, so
not only that, we're also talking a lot. I think once this is just down to everyone has a minute and we're just narrating through,
sure,
I can definitely see better ult charges.
But here's the other thing. I think for some of the movement abilities that specifically for Strange and Hawkeye, the cooldowns feel long.
But
now again, it might be so his levitation and Hawkeye's double jump or whatever, his big jump or thing. Like I used them when I came out of spawn, and they're just now able to be used again. And you guys have already passed the first point and are about to hit the second point.
I'm not sure that's a big deal, but we'll have to see as the game fleshes out.
Thus far, it's
really difficult to tell
because that is the other thing that I'm not recognizing is
and it's also, is there an intrinsic benefit if you could do it more, or is it just the lack of, we just feel like there's a lack of things happen? It could just be like, I'm just curious, is there a way that would really do anything more than just keep you in the moment, or is there really a tactical benefit to? Again, is it just because we're not moving enough?
I'll say this. I really would have liked to have been able to use my Cloak of Levitation when you dropped that fire on me. Number 1, I would have been able to go over Brute's wall.
So
number 2...
That's good, but to be fair, you also didn't... Again, if we had the free round of movement, you probably wouldn't have used it to move so far. So also keep into account...
But that's kind of my strategy. Like when I'm thinking about playing in game, I use my movement abilities out the gate because they're going to recharge by the time I get to the action. Now it's the mindset of, do I need to save it and hold on to all of my stuff? Because again, it's taking me so long to get to the point. Like, Hawkeye was so far away, still so far away.
I mean,
right?
but again, but you're also able to take out.
He is Hawkeye, but like,
yeah.
if he wasn't Hawkeye, if he was any other duelist,
I mean, but again,
like if he was Black Panther,
then he wouldn't have the same issues. Like, we've designed them all with that intent. Like, think about it. You could have. I mean, at this point, had you gotten better roles, you'd own the point right now. Because Hawkeye, like, let's say that you were getting better roles, you could literally, Hawkeye from his position can hold me at point right now. You could literally, at the well, every round, if I leave the point, you could just continuously, theoretically, headshot me the moment I leave the spawn. And Hawkeye alone,
I can headshot you from spawn
right now, look where you are. You're here. You could easily hit any...
I can't see your spawn.
Oh,
that's why.
But you see this guy, right? Like, the things I'm highlighting, you can easily hit these two things, and my spawn's right behind it. Like, you know, you're here, my spawn's down here.
Yeah.
Like you legit, you if you had good, like, accuracy, like, again, if you just kept on rolling, the moment I leave spawn, you could be like, think, and Loki, and I would, technically, theoretically, I could be locked into spawn, which I'd have to leave to the other side, hope to use barriers,
sure.
and then you could surround the point at that point. So I get what you're saying. I just think that it's really hard to tell.
I do agree. I do agree. There needs to be more done. I'm just these are my initial feelings.
And I'm not trying to say that, and I'm not trying to argue as in, like, I don't think that those are valid. It's just I also want to make sure that whenever we bring up an idea, we're fleshing out what the problem is, and not just I want his ability to go more. And it's like, okay, well, what is it? Like, is it his build? Is it this situation? Is it the map? Because if it's something else, I'd rather notate that now.
I will say, depending upon how we adjust the pacing out the gate, that is one of the biggest things.
I think moving the attacker spawn a little bit further away and giving defenders a free round will drastically change. Because if I mean, imagine this, right?
Because if I had that free round, I would have had my stuff back when you dropped that fire.
Yeah, and you might not even have to use it.
I mean, you probably would have been a little bit closer anyways, but still.
Because, I mean, think about this. If I just take this guy right here, right? So there's this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That would have been your free round. And then you would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you would have been here, right? You would have been here at the same time. So you would have been here with basically an eye shot of the point and the road. By the time, if I moved this over here, I would be, 2, 3. So if I go, oh my God, just give me, why?
We're gonna fuck the system up.
I think I already have fucked the system up. I cannot wait to get a better VTT. Like, I don't even know why it's doing this. Like, I didn't do anything. I just tried to grab a token.
I wish I knew more about Dungeon Bug, to be honest.
I literally only found this because it was free. It was the one that I was able to build the map the quickest and the easiest.
Yeah.
And just do this. It's literally only for testing. We are not using this past this build.
Sure.
Because this is annoying as fuck.
I'm actually gonna, maybe sometime this weekend, I'm gonna see if I can download this map, because I should be able to download this map, and I'm gonna see if I can plug it into some other free VTTs, and we might be able to just use this for map generation and then actually use the map elsewhere. Because specifically Roll20, for what we're trying to do, it is the simplest thing in the freaking world.
Yeah.
Like, the simplest thing in the world to do. I don't know why this map is making these things so hard.
All right, so here's the situation: is if we made the situation where we move spawn to where I can't, like, the attackers can't touch the point on the first round. So we do that, and we give you a free move. Your character, your first characters would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps from touching the path, and then, you know, another 10 steps from where the point starts, right? So this is where you would get with your free round and then the next round. But by the time you got here, I'd be here at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it would take me also 10 steps.
But remember, you're not going that direction. You're going.
I would go down, but I'm not about straight line. We both would take the same amount of time to touch the road.
Sure.
So even if I could touch the point before you, you'd still be set up in my way at the same time I'm touching the point. So looking at this too, you'd be able to get to this marker. And again, like you said, so we take this away. If I'm going straight out from, like, let's say, you know, here's my door, right? The door is like right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I came out in one round. Even if I wanted to, I would still do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. So it would take me so I would take 1, 2, it would take me 2.5 rounds of touch point. In that same time, you would go 1, 2, and you'd be on the road. So you'd be on the road right before the first checkpoint by the time I touched the point, which means you'd have more than enough time to get in front of the checkpoint before I even left.
Sure.
So that might be the save that we need. It may not be perfect.
And all of that is hopefully just base movement, only moving 6s, like not
well, and then
including
consider
anything else.
any of those other options.
Yeah.
If any of us have the character boosts, you could even further that cause.
Okay.
So that
It's at the very least it's worth further testing. But
this
like
feels better already. Like just reading this out, the fact that, because I think you were right. The fact that I could hit that first checkpoint before you really even got set up isn't really beneficial to anybody. It's just getting us too far into the game. I don't want a situation where we're spending 5 rounds just trying to leave. But I do think that there needs to be more action by the time people are on the point. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And this also gives opportunity that this is only if I went straight to the point and you went straight for the block. If you didn't, you get set up by the well, you get set up earlier, and I could eventually go towards the checkpoint and not the point, and we could try to have a face-off where I, take you down and send you back to spawn, and then you tap the point.
Yeah.
So,
or at the very least, hold us and our attention while somebody else goes and caps the point.
And just have
so at the very least you can have control over it.
Yeah. So there's a lot, I think, a lot more strategy, because really the only strategy was just get everybody on the point as soon as possible. This is actually going to allow you to either split up or everyone will be meeting at that checkpoint, because this right here should definitely, by the time the point hits this, someone should be attacked. Like, I think the fact that we got past the first checkpoint before we really got into battle, minus Hawkeye's attacks, I think kind of showed off, like, that really meant that, again, if you had chosen Hawkeye, Hela, and Black Widow, you probably could have owned me this entire game and I never would have even moved the point. Because if you would have got me with Hawkeye right out that gate soon, and you had 2 other people attacking me that distance, you could effectively keep me off the point. Just period. You could just constantly kill me and never even have to touch the point.
Right.
So this, I think, will solve that. The battle will be already focused on capturing that first benchmark, that first.
I know what you're talking about.
I don't know why. I just said it like 5 minutes ago. Checkpoint. Yeah. So I think that would be it, because I think fighting for that first checkpoint, I think, is what's going to fuel the rest of the match, right? I think whoever owns that first checkpoint is really going to set the tone for the game.
Okay.
So I will work on that. Let me make that note. I will so move attacker spawn to right side. Add first round for defenders. Because the other option is we could just shrink the map a little bit and change the proportions, but I think this is roughly the right proportion size map.
I'm not really mad at the proportions yet. Like, I like the spacing that we have. I like the fact that it actually feels like, somebody like a Hawkeye, I actually get to use his range. It actually feels like I'm far enough away from the action where I'm kind of safe, despite, Loki's clones getting up in not up in my grill. But
but point being, again, Hawkeye, you've been attacking me so far away, but look at the unique benefit of my placement with Loki. How far away I was able to place them, and even you were 60 feet is a lot. Look how quickly that 60 feet became useless. Yeah, sure, I had 2 Lokis spread out, and I thought those were amazing placements. right behind a rock so you couldn't shoot it, but he was immediately going to shoot you as soon as you come around the bend, and that went over there kind of as a decoy. But yet, in this particular situation, it turned out only one of them was beneficial, right? So I think that's a great thing. I think that's why I'm not as worried about the size, because I feel like once we tighten up the starting position and we get this rolling,
Sure.
this is the kind of positioning we want to see. I will say it has been a little bit strange for me because as an attacker, I've had very little need to leave the point. Like this whole time, I've basically been like, oh, I'm going to do these things, but I'm not going to move.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's kind of what some people do. But when it's a 3-on-3, I feel like that is definitely going to be.
I'll say this. The second you do that and you get anybody with AoE damage, you're going to feel that.
Yeah.
Like, and
we did change the fact that it doesn't change speed based on how many people there are. Like, it's still going to go 10 feet at those initiative counters, regardless of how many people.
Oh, did we?
It's no longer, there's no way to tell how it's going to speed up unless it's going to be 5 feet per person per initiative tick. But that means it could move up to 15 feet per initiative tick, which means that's 45 feet per round if someone controls it, if the whole team controls it.
Sure.
Versus just 10 feet per tick, which is 30 feet per round. That does make it a little bit better, though, because at least that point, it does say that 2 people can go off and chase someone down, and 1 person still push the point. That's definitely, I think, going to have to be tested, though. I don't think we're going to be able to tell which one feels better, faster with more people, or just a static. I don't know if we're going to be able to tell that until we get this thing like actually feeling smooth. Because, I mean, the biggest issue is it's just a lot to figure out and coordinate without just being able to push buttons.
Yeah.
But I like it. I like how this feels.
Okay.
Do we want to try to push one more round, or are we good to call it here? I mean, it's 30.
I don't think there's anything specifically I want to test.
I feel like we fleshed out a good amount. Like, this felt great.
The only thing I was gonna do, like last turn, I was thinking about Jeff using his little splat balls just to play around with a little bit of AoE damage, but
right.
I'm not super worried about that right now.
Because I mean, at this point, I mean, I'm trying to think of like what I would even do. Because at this point, Groot's. I mean, really, I have to. I mean, Groot would probably go after Strange melee because your shield.
Sure.
So Groot will try to get in your face. Loki would probably try to switch targets to Jeff, because only one of my Lokis would hit this shield, and the other 2 would be, would be fine.
And that's the real Loki, so you could actually move him and actually get him to a point where he could.
Yeah, I could just scoot over. Actually,
you just skirt around his shield, and then to get all 3 on Jeff.
Well, and the other thing too is that's gone.
Oh, the fire just left?
Yeah, this round the fire would have been gone anyway. So Flame would basically, I'd use his stomp on.
Because I feel like Doctor Strange would have taken 1 more 50 of damage, because he only took that damage once.
But he never moved. You only took it because you walked into it. You wouldn't.
Yeah, but every time I start my turn inside the triangle.
So technically, okay, yeah. Maybe at the end of this round it would have ended.
Okay.
But this was the last round. So you would have taken 50 more damage. I probably would have done my little crash on you, which was going to be 100 damage to any enemy within 5 feet, and that would have only been Doctor Strange. So technically, Doctor Strange would have taken another 150 from me if I got both of those off.
I'm curious. So Doctor Strange can do 4 daggers, and what do we decide about melees? Are they secondary?
They're secondary actions.
So I can do 4 of my daggers and 2 of my melees.
For Strange.
His primary ability, daggers of Den.
Yeah.
Den,
so you can
whatever.
use your daggers and then your melee.
So I can use 4 of those, 2 of those. And what kind of action economy does it take to pull up my shield?
Shield?
Is it a secondary action?
Yeah, your shield's secondary.
Okay, so I wouldn't be able to do that if I did my melees. So I could theoretically drop my shield, do do 4 attacks, and then put my shield back up.
Yep.
So
let's say
I probably would have done something to the effect of that.
So let's say that. So let's just assume that you take another 150 from me, from 2 of my people, because that's what I would try to do, and then I'm gonna stay next to the point. And Loki would do his 10 attacks against, what's Jeff's AC? 12? Oh no, he's 11, or he's 13 because he's considered small.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically, Loki would have gotten 5 hits on Jeff.
Again, that's if he stayed above water, because that was going to be.
Oh, if you got before me, you would dive. So let's assume he didn't.
Sure.
So again, how much damage is that even? So we're doing 15. I've only hit him 3, 4, 5. I've hit him 5 times
with all 3.
I guess I could say that Loki moved over.
Sure.
And we'll say all 3. So equals 45 times 10. Or no, 45 times.
So you got 4 hits off, or
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I did 225 to Jeff. So he's still up.
He's not dead, but
that's it, and it feels pretty good. Like being able to like hone focus, like we talked about, like that does feel like a Loki. Is
sure.
to hone focus, and that's only again if I would have gotten
gotten off before me.
Gotten off before you. How to technically do advantage, I guess, on these rolls. Like that's the other thing is, it's a disadvantage. So it's
Sure.
How do we program that?
Where are you doing rolls at?
It's on Google. It's just a straight dice roller.
There's plenty of dice roller websites that can give you like disadvantage and advantage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you can do the same thing.
I just meant like right now. I don't know how I would re-roll that. So even if I had disadvantage, I mean, okay. So let's say I just re-rolled all of those again. So disadvantage. 1, 2. I got 2 hits.
2 hits on the second one?
Yeah. So assuming that was how it was going to work, you would be fine.
Sure.
Strange would be fine.
Strange, my shield would probably be down, and I would have taken half of the actual damage. Because my shield was up when...
I only do 150s total. And technically only... No, and none of that was against your shield because none of that was projectile. Because one was melee, and I'm pretty sure the shield only takes damage over projectile. I don't think it can handle... I don't think your shield does anything against melee. I'm pretty sure
it does.
We'll double check that in the game. I'm pretty sure it was only projectile damage. I could have sworn that any of the shields are only projectile damage. They don't stop melee attacks.
I will have to look into that.
Because that would be good. That's a huge deal to know.
Yeah.
I think technically you just walk right through. So a melee
you can walk right through, but I think it like somebody like Thor's melee will get blocked by the shield, but somebody like Moon Knight's melee would not get blocked by the shield.
Right. And Groot, same thing. Groot's
like I'm on controller. Groot's melees, his vine punches.
No, it's just his regular melee. Like his actual like combo melee.
Yeah.
That one would have gone through it. We'll have to do some testing in the game to pair that up, because that would be interesting to know which melees are blocked by those shields.
Sure.
It would be very nice to know that, because we could easily pre-program that in. So none of your characters would die, and that's all of my characters right there. That would have been
I would do me a favor. Roll me one more time for Hawkeye. 2 headshots. I want to know if I would have hit anybody. I'm going for Human Torch again.
5 and 1. I mean, to be fair,
you use all the good rolls on freaking Loki. All right, and then
1 and 15. So that would have been a one hitter. 16 and 15, that would have been one hitter. 17 and 20. There you go. You would have taken a couple tries, but there's a 7. So yeah, but it's doable still. It's definitely doable. It's just if you get shit rolls, you get shit rolls.
But honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. That kind of feels like Hawkeye play.
Yeah,
like you don't get a lot of hits, but when you get hits, you get fucking hits. You may miss for 3 rounds, but the moment you hit, you just send him back to respawn. Like that is the most beneficial hit. Like there are people who can hit someone for 3 rounds and do no damage. real quick. So Strange's Maelstrom of Madness. He doesn't have to do anything to build that up in our game.
Nope. I think because again, the idea is that it's just part of the fact that it's a secondary, so it's just it kind of acts as the charge. So that would just be something that you'd be able to blast. And
that's for sure what I would. I wouldn't have been able to put my shield up if I did that, which kind of sucks.
But you would be able to drop your shield, do 4 attacks, and that.
Yeah.
And depending on who you're after, I mean, 75 to all enemies. That's definitely, like no one's gonna die, but that's gonna hurt. Actually, wait. Yeah, no one's gonna die, but it'll hurt. And it depends on who you put those like other 4 attacks up against.
Do me a favor.
And Jeff hasn't attacked yet.
Jeff would have done his little blast.
How does that work? How many you get?
I get 3 per round. 45 damage on hit, 25 damage to anybody within 10 feet.
Oh wow! And they're all in the same spot. So who are you aiming at?
I would have aimed for literally whoever's in the middle. So if it didn't matter who I hit, I would have tried to aim
technically, yeah,
Loki.
Because
I would have tried to aim for Loki with Jeff,
and you wouldn't have known that he was going to move. But he's technically 5'10", and it's 15 feet. Splash damage, yeah, no, you're going to hit everybody if you do that. So 3 attacks against Loki. 2 hit Loki, so that's 45 and 45
and 90.
And then what is
50,
it, 15?
25 damage to anybody else. So that'd be
25 to both.
50 to both.
Oh yeah,
because it was 2 hits.
Wow, that's devastating. So yeah, Loki's down to 100, Human Torch is down to 200, and Groot's down to 405. That didn't hurt. I've hurt you, but I think you definitely have the heals over me. Plus, one of your people is just so far.
You
back
still haven't used your Loki lamps though.
My Loki. Oh yeah, that's right.
Your lamps. You could pop those suckers out at any point in time,
domain.
and if you were sitting on top of the point when you did that, and you just.
But now I'm fucked because now I'm so spread out that I'd have to move to go heal my people, so I wouldn't be able to do that till next round.
Real quick, what is for activating your lamps? What is
secondary?
Secondary. So you couldn't clone and lamp in the same turn.
I can clone once and then lamp because they're both secondary. So I can toss one and drop it.
Okay.
Which again, I love how versatile Loki feels doing that. Okay. Let's see.
Just for shits and giggles, roll me 4 Hawkeye attacks at a +1 instead of a -5. Plus,
you rolled 3 4s and a 20 and a nat 20, so you did crit.
Yeah, but a crit doing 75 damage is just 150 damage. Not 250 damage. Whatever, it's fine.
It just, it is funny though, because like
it's just Hawkeye. Every time you roll Hawkeye. Guys, don't ever pick Hawkeye when we do this.
The game doesn't want Hawkeye to roll well.
He's shit. He's shit.
This is interesting. This is. I know we're going the right way.
It's here. It's here.
So much.
It's like so much. I feel like either we're in the dark or they're like we're trying to like mold something inside of like a burlap sack or some shit. It's like we're feeling the form of it. We don't have quite all the texture, all the details, but it's taking shape. It's taking shape.
A famous artist once said that a true artist brings out the art in the piece. They don't make the piece into it. It was a famous sculptor that basically says that my job is not to sculpt. My job is to find the art inside the rock.
That already existed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's there. I'm just bringing it out. And it's like, that's what I feel like this is. It's there. Everything that we want, it's there. We're just we're taking away all of the fluff, all of the unnecessary bits that are in the way of making this work. I like this. It's going to take several more of these. It's going to take hours. But now that we've done this, I'm much more confident in running some of my own solo playthroughs. tests now. Now that I kind of understand how this is going to work with somebody else.
Sure.
Now I feel better at doing just this. Grabbing 6 characters and just rolling and saying, here's your guys' initiative rolls.
Shit, you
And
and
then-
Vixie could probably mess with it a couple times if she's down to play with it and some off time or whatever.
Yeah.
But okay. No, that's way cool. That's way cool. I'm definitely feeling positive about the direction that we're going.
I'm glad. I'm
Yeah.
very happy with this. I think that, I mean, I know a lot of our limitations right now are just on outside of the mechanics, because I think we're getting those down solid. A lot of the limitations are the UI,
Yeah.
the map. I think once those are fixed, everything, I mean, I think what we have is solid. I think what we have works. I think it flows. It really is just going to come down to, do we have the right tools to make it work? And how much that's going to like, I'm hoping that a map, like someone to make a good VTT over this, you know, maybe 50, 60 bucks to make a really nice map and workable. But the dev side,
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get this done for like under 300 bucks. I'm hoping it doesn't cost that much. Like,
Yeah.
I know I'm probably even overestimating, but it depends on the quality that we want.
I honestly, I haven't even looked into like what kind of like structure even makes sense for stuff like that. Like how much somebody would charge for like,
Yeah.
So like, honestly, it feels like people can pump these things out like they're water nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like back in the day, I would have thought it would cost like $1,500, right? But now it's like people are in their garage doing this stuff for, you know, chump change type deal. So
Yeah. Well, and that's one of the things that is unfortunate that's going to be hitting us over the next year is, like, I'm kind of in a weird position because, you know, you usually only do subathons like once a year, kind of like birthdays or anniversaries or things like that. And we don't really have the type of support structure yet to really lean on our community. But with Windows 10 no longer being supported, and my PC, October this year, Windows 10 is losing all support and security updates. And my computer is not compatible with Windows 11. So over the next year, now granted, that doesn't necessarily mean that I won't be able to do anything on my computer. It just means some more vulnerabilities.
Sure.
But for the most part, I mean, there's people still on Windows 7. Like, it's not the end of the world. There are going to be workarounds, but it just goes to show that I'm on my last legs of this PC. Like,
Yeah.
no matter what, like, at this point, I can't buy any new games because compatibility is not going to be there. Like, once Windows 10 is gone, nothing's going to, you know, there's going to be very few things compatible. So that is going to mean that I have to really start thinking over the next year how I'm going to fund a new computer. It also means that I'm not going to be able to do my original plan of propagating this into the
Remind me to
Tavern
talk to you
computer.
about Python before I go.
Oh, yeah. So that's just kind of one of my issues right now is, like, I'd love to be able to tap the community, but, like, to be completely honest, with only 3 people that support us, I feel really bad about doing it.
It is.
You know what I mean? Like, if we had like 100 people that regularly like subbed and whatnot, I wouldn't feel as bad about doing a fundraiser. But when I know that there's only 3 people who really support us, like monetarily, I feel really bad asking, knowing that I'm basically asking 3 people to help us.
It's one of those things where I think whatever our community would be willing to do to help us get there is great. I don't think it's going to be the thing.
Yeah.
But I think that in combination with a lot of other stuff, you know, depending on how things go with some of these collabs and the dice profiler and some of the other avenues that we have to like actually start moving things in a certain direction, I think that the possibility, like, depending upon how things end up playing out or how we end up playing our cards in the near future, I'm optimistic. I really am.
I'm glad. I'm trying to be as best I can. It's just, like, I'm not overly stressed. Like, you know, all of this is great. I love everything that we're doing, but
sure.
You know, it is just, we went over that hill that most don't. You know, we passed the 2-year mark. We're well within the top 40% of maybe even 30% at this point of streamers.
Wow.
Because we lasted, but it's hard not to see. It's hard not to see growth. It's hard to watch all of this and do all of this and not see. And then when you see something like this, where it's like, that's probably like $4 or $5 grand I got to drop on a new PC in the next year, and I'm just like, again, I'm excited for all of this. It's like unexpected. I was hoping at least another 2 years of being able to scrape by with a crappy PC, but I'm probably only going to get another year. So hopefully I'll be able to come up with something. Like I said, the collabs would be great if anything on social media starts to kick off, but I don't think no one thing is going to be good enough. Like TikTok's not going to suddenly be good enough to pay for the PC. YouTube's not going to suddenly be good enough to pay for the PC. We're not going to suddenly get 500 subs to pay for the PC. But it is something that I'm just like, I don't know what to do other than just save my own money, which is just, but I'm gonna have to do regardless because I need to see. But I'm trying to rack my brain on like, is there anything I would feel confident in doing to justify a fundraiser? Something like a giveaway where we sell raffle tickets and then we'll do giveaways. So I just do like a whole day stream where I just take random shit. But again, do I have anything people want? Like, I don't know if I have anything people would want to buy raffle tickets. Like, it's that kind of crap, right? Like,
yeah.
Anyway, it's late. It's almost midnight. I think we solved enough. I have so many friggin' notes. Let me send this over to you now in Discord, just so we're both aware.
Please and thank you.
Of the changes, and then you can see just the notes that a few notes that I took. Just any updated character models. That too. Oh. But if anybody's still out there, thank you very much for hanging out with us today. We appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed the alpha test. I was very happy with it. All right, that's over to you. So we'll be back on Monday with another homebrew review.
Yep.
Other than that, this is going to be on our back burner for a little bit until we figure some things out, and I figure out if I'm going to be able to. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
No, we're getting it. We're gonna slowly massage a lot of this stuff out. We'll figure out the VTT we want to use. We'll figure out the map maker we want to use. We'll get all the things.
Okay, it is broken. That's weird. I was looking at our Go Live, and like 3 of them have the same image, even though they're on like different weeks.
So I'll say this. I've noticed that a long time ago. That only looks that way when we're currently live.
Oh,
as soon as it goes away,
feed
every single, they all go back to the ones that they're supposed to be. But when we're live, they all look like the same thing.
Okay, that would make sense because it's just trying to feed the thing. Okay. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys so much for watching this episode. Hopefully, y'all are as excited as we are. But more VTT one-shot rivals to come, and more homebrew review on Monday. Other than that, I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you had a fantastic weekend ahead of you. Have a good night, guys. Cheers.
Deuces.